Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, it took a little bit of time, sorry about that. I wanted to fix myself a coffee and then I unexpectedly met my wife in the kitchen, so I needed to make coffee also for her and also drink and all this stuff, yeah? So, pretty cool. Yeah, that's yeah, I didn't know she's at home. So, yeah. Good. Versus los? Yeah, last game before the real stuff, eh? What Luce says, hey Luce, hey, welcome back, man, every day. Okay, and every hour. The mansion is so big that you meet people unexpectedly. Yeah, that's not a joke. That is true, man, that is true. Yeah, that is freaking like, not even kidding. Yeah. I had the information that she's actually not here, so I expected, like, you don't know here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Enemies in blood. Enemies in the next, okay. Is that? Yeah, okay. So, how's COVID-19 treating you? Any restrictions? What do you mean restrictions? I mean, at home you do not have restrictions, but generally speaking, I mean, of course you have like travel restrictions left and right, yeah, which is like weird, like it's not cool. Shanzo met his wife at a bar. How lucky to meet the wife in your own house. Yeah, okay, that's yeah, that's true story, bro. Okay. So we have one choice which includes 3 elites and 2 fires. There is only one caveat to that, yeah. Yeah, the caveat is that it's like a freaking burning elite and it comes before any kind of fires. So if you go here and we run into that, it's like it could be suicidal and it could be stupid at the same time. So let's not do that, please. I don't know. Like there's fire elite, fire as a fire shop. I mean it's only 2 elites, but you know. Hey Miriam, ich habe denen erzählt, dass ich dich im Haus gefunden habe. Also du meinst, das Haus ist so groß, das Haus ist so groß, dass man unexpectedly Leute trifft, ja? Dann sage ich, ja, okay, ja, das stimmt, ja, ist halt so, ja. Dann sagt der eine, ja, schon so, der sagt dann, yeah, but I can consider myself super lucky because like he met his wife at a bar and I'm meeting my wife in the house, yeah? That's much better. Okay, whatever. Good. So, what's going on? Yeah, here's a shop. If this shop is garbage, I opt into question mark shop elite. And if this shop is good and let us spend our money, we go here, and here, right? It makes sense. Fire elite, fire also makes some sense. A little bit sad that there are so little amount of elites after the chest, because after the chest I would actually like to see a lot of elites, because they are suddenly free and there for the grabbing, right? So that would have been cool, but it's not the case, so what can we do about it, right? There's one option, but yeah, I don't know. This is... We can still decide here, I guess. Does not really leave that many options, right? There is here double question mark. If this is a serpent, we can go to the shop. That makes also some sense, I feel, right? Because question mark, curse. It's also about the 3 enemies, yeah. Let's do that. So what kind of deal would we... Oh, can we do the burning elite with the with the Neo's blessing? No, obviously not. We take this then, yeah. A turnip. Turnip is a big bunch of garbage. I mean, that early. We do not. You can no longer become frail. Okay, I mean, it plays in this fight. Yeah, Spike Slime. No spikes for you today. Go away. Oh, guys, can you check the overlay? I tried to fix it. Can you check whether it works now? Ha, turnips strike again. Oh, 6 life into nowhere. What a pity. It's working! Boah, bam! I'm such a genius. Because there was something about some secret and something about something. And I... No. I'm not... I fixed it myself. Without any help. I checked it online. And there were like instructions. And I followed the instruction. Now it works. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay. Okay, my wife says it's not so genius if you just follow the instructions. Yeah. She implied it. Okay. Yeah, we have battle trends or perfect strike. That's right. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Come. Yeah. It's okay, right? 18. Paper frog. Wow. Bam. Frail is history. But vulnerability is not history. Paper frog. We paper you together. And there's even we go to a question mark. We receive, not only do we receive gold, but we also do receive another relic. So now we open the chest for 2. This is like crazily good. Ceramic fish or sapphire key. Okay, I know the ceramic fish is big garbage. But I also do know that we might have a chance to skip even bigger garbage. So I'm picking the key here. Right. So, yeah, what about this shop? Huh. Oh, Oriental would pick key here? Yeah, no, I don't know. What's going on here? How many hours I do have in Spire? Yeah, probably around 2000. So what's going on here? It's, what did you say with the pathing? Shop Elite Fire or Fire Elite Fire? But we also said that there is some shop here. What? So we have 169, and if we go to 184, we could definitely go into a shop. I mean, that's absolutely possible. This is our second easy monster fight, and so we go to the shop and then we face the elite instead of fire into elite. Now, shop with 184 is nearly as good, or basically as good, or nearly as good as a fire is. Do we have upgrades? We don't really have meaningful upgrades. So this might even be better than this, but at least same. Okay. So then we have elite and another monster fight. We found, okay, scrapping ooze, which is a neutral event kind of, and a chest. So we are here. Then fire is fire, and then here's a chest. Now we have question mark here, which is pretty cool. Only one monster encounter. Whereas on the left side, we do have fire, shop, and 2 monster encounters. If we plan not to visit both shops. Visiting both shops seems fishy to me. But if we would visit both shops, we would also be able to do that without facing any normal enemy. So we might have even considered that, but what is my point? My point is that question marks after the chests are better because they can also be the questing adventurer. Now obviously we could do this instead of this. Well, meaning that we, against the elite, we have one more card choice. At the same time, we could also buy some relic here and stack up potions. Yeah. A really good coffee. I realized today that I have to make it very fine. Very, very fine. It's mine. Keine Ahnung. The grind, yeah, I had to grind it very fine for the, like if you have a die Trägermaschine. Naja, gut. On the other hand, we do have the paper frog, and the paper frog means once we inflict vulnerable, enemies take more. So bash increases in value, upgrade on bash increases in value. So I'm thinking the following. I'm thinking we should take both normal monsters, because currently we don't have enough attack power. So maybe we can just normal enemy, upgrade the bash. When we draw the bash against Lagavulin, we just inflict the bash, and then the enemies will take considerably more damage, or considerably more life loss. And then, yeah, we upgrade here, we go to the chest, we go here, and then we decide whether we go here or whether we go here. That's probably better. Yeah. The shop is fine, but the thing is, we can also in the other shop, we can remove and buy some relic. We can buy even some uncommon relics, which are still very good if you find them, like any kind of egg is very good that early. Yeah, so that's that. Right. So should we do question marks or monsters? Definitely monsters. Yeah. Because we can literally skip any kind of additional monster fights if we actually go here, right? So we should definitely do the monsters here. Right. We have different options here. One option is to inflict the bash. Portafilter machine. Okay, thanks. Portafilter. I think we can even triple defend here, honestly. The reason for that? I mean, I also played the battle trance so that we can skim towards the bash faster or quicker again. But I believe that we can actually go full defend here because of these two things, right? I mean, the first thing is the battle trance, which gives us better card quality. But the second one is that being vulnerable, we will be able to inflict more damage on this dude. Oh. And next time we have a guaranteed triple strike already as well. So I think going full block here is definitely useful. Yeah. Because we can just like triple strike it for like a guaranteed triple strike in this turn. Ja. Maybe I'm talking myself into something here. I mean, we could have bashed into defend, and the fight would have been over. And bash into defend would have cost us 7 life. And after that, the fight would have definitely been over because these are would have dealt the 30 damage plus add 38 damage, bringing it down to 6, and then so we would have taken 7 damage in total, and now We might take more. Are we getting now outpaced by this thing? Like, are we taking... I could have invested 5 more life to kill it, but I was not a fan of that. I think we are... No, we lost 7 life anyways. So, apparently that was an okay call. Oh, I guess so. Perfected strike again. You must be kidding me. And the other options are not so good. I'm also seeing that we did not find a potion. I think we need to take this, otherwise we die. Always perfected strike. Naja, there are so many things which speak for perfected strike. I just start, right? So, number 1, we still haven't removed the strike, obviously not. Number 2, the other 2 options are garbage. I mean, currently, because this against the knob also sucks. So, before we got all opponents out of the way, this is still not the best option. So the other 2 picks are not pickable, and this is the only choice. Number 3, we didn't find any potions, and we didn't find any additional damage yet. So this is automatic 18, like per energy 9 damage, which is pretty huge. Number 4, we already picked a skill, which we cannot necessarily play against the knob, so sometimes against the knob we won't be able to spend all our energy. And number 4, this might even be a good upgrade, because plus 5 damage. Nah, we take the bash upgrade, right? Because 1 vulnerable and 2 damage is better than the 5 damage. What Ori Impale says, I don't know. Every time I tried perfected strike build, I couldn't defeat the heart. Well, I mean, we are on a 19, which is effectively 20. Because the only difference between 19 and 20 is, hey, double boss. But who cares? Because we are Ironclad, we have a sustain, which basically means double boss is really not that much more difficult than single boss. So that's... we will see. I mean, it's a full-fledged heart, right? For me, it's rather just about not dying here, you know. I have the feeling that... that if we do not take it, we might also... just die, and also it's like current strength, right? I mean, it's not... we can still ignore it later, you know. Mod for stay 2, it's the best build. Yeah, but I don't commit to it. I wouldn't commit to it. I'm just taking it for now, to not die now. And number 5, ceramic fish. That's absolutely correct. So should we stay true to this plan here, or should we deviate to here? I guess the upgrade is quite a huge thing, honestly. Against the knob, the vulnerable... okay, it depends when we draw it, honestly. But it will take some kind of role. And... yeah. And against the Lagavulin, obviously it's a huge impact that we upgrade the bash. Yeah. So 18 or 8 and 2 vulnerable. Now 18 is always better, right? Because no, actually, it's needless to be said that we never play these 2. We always play 1 defend. So 1 vulnerable or 10 damage. Oh, okay. We soak up the 1 damage, that's fine. Now we just try to redraw it again. In this fight it probably saved us, maybe it saved us 6 life in this fight. So that's already a little bit paying for it. Save. Oh. Carnage is actually, oh my god. All those good attack cards which we want to upgrade. If we pick Carnage, we probably want to upgrade it. Now, seeing the carnage, I'm really regretting having picked Perfected Strike. But am I the seer? Am I the Farseer? Okay, Dexterity Potion is not even a good potion. I would probably like to pick Carnage and upgrade it, but I don't know. It's even ethereal, so even if we don't want it later, we can still let it exhaust. If we find any kind of exhaust mechanics or synergies, we can let it exhaust. Yeah. Who's the boss? Yeah, it's Slime. I mean, if it's Slime, we even are more inclined to take this, but I would take this anyways. I think Carnage is huge. I think it's really good. Now we said 5 damage or Bash, we weren't sure. But now with the Carnage, I think it's an obvious one. Whenever we draw Carnage, I would really like to play it, and because otherwise it's a good card exhausts. And it's 8 damage, right? Alright, so we could really manage... Lul. Okay, whatever. So, if I see it correctly... 8 is as good as 7 is. But we want to bring it to 8 in case we draw Bash, but we do not draw... You know. Unless you're telling me... Unless you're telling me that we want to keep it at 14 for the Perfected Strike. It goes like this. If we draw the Perfected Strike, we want to Perfected Strike it. Yeah. If we draw Battle Trance, we will Perfected Strike it. If we draw neither nor, then we can play Bash and Strike. So we should not attack this. We should attack another one. And which one, I'm not so sure. Probably... I cannot exactly say. Yeah. Yeah, Battle Trance is quite potent. Against the cubes, against Sentry's Battle Trance is actually hugely potent. It's like really, really good. This cube is like really our foe. This cube is our enemy number 1. 111. Enemy, public enemy number 1. Okay, so yeah, here, yeah. In case we draw double strike, in case we draw perfected strike, in case... Yeah, there are many cases where this is good. So, public enemy number 1 deals another 10 to us. Okay, we managed to draw double strike, we also managed to draw battle trance. So, this is weird. Seriously. Because we have to, I mean... So would we play the battle trance just to... We have 5 dazes on the remaining cards. So the daze density is relatively high. It's higher than later, right? So we should use the battle trance. Yeah. What? Trance to get something? No, we don't need to get something. Okay, you mean an extra strike is also playing. Yeah, that's true. But generally speaking, even if it would have only been about exhausting the days, that would have been already enough. Yeah. So this cube literally struck us 3 times. We could have played double strike and 1 defend, but then if you do not play a draw perfect strike, it would have gone badly. So, you know. We could have played double strike 1 defend in order to set up a perfected strike on this one. Basically taking 5 less. If that works, and if it also works that we then farm the other one the turn after. But that would have meant... Yeah, I don't know. Less total damage. You know what I'm saying, right? We could have double strike this. Okay, but that also only works if you draw perfected strike. Otherwise, that does not even work. Yeah, so there were some ifs to that. Did we lose 24 life? That's perfectly fine. Oh, max HP is really huge. I'm just kidding. I'm just very happy that we find an impervious that early. It's like pretty crazy. Yeah, we have Singing Bowl and the dude. We definitely go to the shop, that's clear. Let's upgrade some. What could we upgrade? You said something about the bash, yeah, cool. Yeah. Oh, boah, and gold, was? Hey, man, we waste our luck on Ascension 90. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Oh, 75 gold. Oh, my God. Yeah, Mercury Hourglass is so good for the Ironclad, and 75 gold also in the chest before the shop. I mean, holy moly, holy. Okay, first of all, it's a big chest. Second of all, it does not need to contain gold. Hey, wait, it contains gold. Third of all, it contains an Hourglass. And oh my God, and that is all before the shops. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? Wow. Huh. Wow. Alright. We have some upgrade to be made. Like, we can make some upgrade. Yeah. Definitely upgrading here. Yeah, Impervious is a little bit early to upgrade because we still don't need to block with that. So, but there's an event in Act 2 which gives us upgrades on all base cards, so that's worse. No, I think we can upgrade Perfect with Strike, yeah. Probably the best. Yeah. And, I mean, what means committing to it? I mean, it's still just good, you know. Right. Huh. And this... It's funny, right? If that would be Ascension 20, I would have considered Pantograph. Because obviously Pantograph trivializes Ascension 20. Basically counteracting against 20, but... Yeah. Demon form. Yeah, there's a literally 0% chance that we take the demon form here. I think what's possible is Medikit Anchor. Medikit is pretty good on the Ironclad. I mean, okay, Anchor is a no-brainer. Anchor is just completely powerful. Like, super duper underpriced. I mean, super duper underpriced, but really good for the price. Like, really, really good. Like, yeah, underpriced. Okay. And then there's a medical kit. Yeah, I think for the Ironclad, honestly, medical kit, exhausting the status cards, exhausts an Ironclad mechanic, and yeah, it plays. And suddenly we can also pick any kind of the wound things. Like the things which block 15. They are suddenly insane. I think medical kit on the Ironclad has to be alright, right? And if you do that, we probably just take these fights. Now you might say, hey, are they not advanced fights? And yes, they are. They might be advanced fights, but we cannot become frail, which is huge. Vulnerability can be huge. Card choices are either gold or Singing Bowl, which is huge. Burning Blood is huge. We are strong, which is huge. This is huge, and this is great. Yeah. So normal enemy fights are not even bad for us. Look at this. We come into the fight, we do 3 damage on everybody. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. We start with crap loads of block as well, which is also amazing. Yeah, this might buff, that's why I didn't attack it. On the other hand, if it attacks again... Yeah, whatever. So that is a lot of life for us. That is a lot of potion power. Then we find a great card, or we receive max HP. I mean, could not be better in my book. There's a shockwave. Well, what is about the shockwave? It's 9 gold. It exhausts. It inflicts vulnerable, which is good for the paper frog, whereas we already have upgraded the bash for 3 vulnerability anyways. You tell me. On 3 energy is a little bit weak. But it's also that we don't have any weak effects yet. And so that would be our first weak effect. So let's conclude. I think it being our first week effect is positive. Quite positive. 9 gold or 2 max HP is nearly evening itself out, but vulnerable is also positive. Yes, we over vulnerable a little bit, but we also want to over vulnerable. So I would actually take it. Yeah. It's some sort of block thanks to weak. It's our first week effect, and it also creates vulnerable, which is very, very great because we already have paper fork, so vulnerable is even more important. Yeah, I would definitely pick it here. Yeah. Okay. Just taking one, right? Yeah, the anchor, you see how sick that plays. Like, already played 2 times. Super insane. 6 life, a lot of gold. The weak potion cannot be taken unless we discard this, but we do. Alright. So, on the other hand, these, for example, are just garbage cards, right? So... Oh, it's such a good feeling to press the 2 HP button if you have only... if you are confronted with only garbage. Such a good feeling. I don't know. I mean, the Perfected Strike, I feel Perfected Strike delivers. We don't expect much from the Perfected Strike. We just expect that it does its job now, like currently. Yeah, Shockwave has to be played. Obviously, that's better than a double defend. I mean, I actually just said that as a fact that Shockwave is better than double defend. I did not even double check that, but it's better, certainly. Yeah. Okay. So lethal. No, actually, what do I say? Certainly. Okay. The one weakens him. So it was 8 to 11 down to 8. And double defend would so we take 8, and double defend would have taken. We would have taken yeah, only 4 actually. So we could have maybe saved 4 life if we would have been sure that we kill this guy this turn. No, Shockwave also was vulnerable. Yeah, also inflicted vulnerable. It's much better. Oh, champion belt. Whenever you apply vulnerable, apply 1 weak. Now we are set with weak and vulnerable. Look at this. So this is vulnerable is 3. This is vulnerable is 3. But now look at this. Because of the champion belt, now suddenly we have vulnerable 3 week 1, vulnerable 6 week 5. That's amazing. Now it's perfect. I mean, every 3.3 turns we inflict 5 weakness and 6 vulnerable. And 6 vulnerable is specifically perfect because of the paper frog. That's the incarnation of beauty. Power through. Insanely powerful. Insanely powerful. Could upgrade that for 5 more block. Makes a lot of sense. It's really good. Perma weak, perma vulnerable. Relics 9. And not 9 in terms of no, but relics 9 in terms of hey, 9 relics. Super good, strong attack cards and battle trends. There. Already a yellow super block card with support and medikit into power through. And max HP, clash and great relics. Awesome, awesome. Okay, and full potions. Yeah, we don't let this exhaust. No worries. So, 3 energy. Huh. Yeah, the only thing is that we are at 3 energy currently. That's slightly bad, but yeah. This would 42 is not too bad, yeah. I mean, it's like 52. 52 is not the worst. We could also... I think we can do better. Did you say 52? So we would bring it to 45. I think we can do better than this. Whoa, impervious! Whoa, I'm 28, not a problem. Yeah. That looks more like it. So what did we say we would have splitted him? Was it 42 and now it's 25 split. Very nice. Power stress. So funny. So good. So nice. Okay. Yeah, I mean, of course we hit. Whoa! Unfortunately, they both attack though, but yeah. So, yeah, perfect strike. Strike. Pretty cool. Perfect strike. Strike. Ancient potion sucks. Right. I heard immolate into Medikit, guys. Immolate plus Shockwave plus Frog. Yeah, yeah. Now we only find our Force Energy and we are set. And Immolate's wounds are also not playing because Medical Kit. Whenever you lose HP, draw one card. I didn't even know that this is still in the... That is garbage. Okay. But we found our Force Energy. I'm not complaining here. The Force Energy is really important. I do not like Sozu, but I like the Fusion Hammer. And the reason is that I believe Ironclad don't necessarily need the upgrades if we can take Armaments Plus at some point. Let's assume we find Armaments Plus at some point, right? Then all the upgrades are just much worse than, you know. These can be upgraded at some question marks. So what cards are really looking for an upgrade? Immolate? Not even Battle Trance, because you already draw so many cards. Shockwave in our case, no. Impervious is also overblocking. We don't even need that, you know. So I would definitely take the Fusion Hammer here. And then just don't go to Campfires, you know. We still do not have the key. Yeah. If you find any kind of Peace Pipe, Giria, whatever, you know, then it's also perfect. Because if you find any kind of thing which lets us do something else on the rest side, this is free energy. Free, you know. Like a shovel or something. And we can still always dodge by taking the key. Yeah. Okay. So now we found our Force Energy. I mean, things are going fine, I guess. Unknown. Unknown is our... I mean, we can never take the bites because we play Perfect Strike. So... I don't even know what would incentivize us to go to Unknowns. Because, yeah, I mean, Merchant 176, that's okay. That's okay to go to the Merchant with 176. Rest sites are a little bit worse because of the Fusion Hammer. Enemies are a little bit better because of the Fusion Hammer, because we have 4 energy. They are also better because we have a lot of strengths and tools and also can sink in the worst case, right? Also card choices gain us 9 gold. I think elites are to be prioritized. We are strong. We have 4 energy. We just max elites. We definitely take the path which maxes elites. One is on the right side. One is on the left side. And one is in the middle. No, it's only the left side. Left side gives us 4. Yeah. You could also get the blacksmithing event for the relic if you want to shoot for a specific event. No, sorry. What's that? But yeah, we go here. So the option to go here is either to take the shop or the question mark. Yeah. Currently, what is our strength scaling doing? Nothing. I mean, how do we scale our damage? We do not, right? So if you find at the shop a brimstone, I would insta pick the brimstone. Yeah. What can we do with the medical kit? Yeah, we can pick more power throughs. Yeah. So let's see. Question mark we said is garbage. We don't want that, right? So, oh, you mean the warped tongues? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I would go here, find brimstone. If not, we might find a shopping cart or another common relic. Uncommon relics are not that interesting any longer, but common relics might be. Like a red skull or something. And yeah, then we continue the journey, right? We collect some money, let's say 40, 50, 70, 100. Okay, here's another shop though. Yeah. I mean, let's say we spend the money, we collect 45, 75, 105. This doesn't give us, then we have to go to an empty shop. Not a fan, not a fan. So what is my question? My question is, should we take a question mark or should we take another normal enemy? And I'm extremely curious with this loadout. I'm really thinking we should take more enemies. Instead of a question mark, honestly. Instead of a question mark. What is my effective tax rate? What the fuck? Where does that come from? But yeah, it's no secret. My effective tax rate is just the capital gains tax rate. Yeah. Because most of my earnings come from capital gains. Right. So, and even these I try to delay as much as possible, obviously. Yeah. To delay means you can basically freeze them in stocks or whatever, or you can freeze them in real estate until you free them and then you pay your tax. But obviously you want to delay that as much as possible from a min-max kind of point of view. So I basically take my real life investments as the approach is the same to games as to real life for me. Yeah, real life is for me like a game, and with a much weaker opposition, because you are playing real life not you don't need to be world class, but you're competing with locals. I mean, that would be kind of, I'm trying to be the best Hearthstone player in insert something else than the world, but in Vienna, you know. I'm trying to be the best in the whatever real estate in. Delete the world, insert in whatever you are, you know. So it's really not, yeah, I don't know, not that interesting. What can I say, right? I mean, it's yeah, that might have come around a little bit arrogant, but honestly, I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying you compete against locals, and if you're used to compete on a and on a global level, suddenly that's like obviously much easier. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. What did you say about the shop? I mean, there's still Brimstone a possibility. I mean, we do not need to buy from the shop if you do not need to buy from the shop. If you do not want to buy from the shop. I feel normal enemies are really easily doable as we are. We have no frail, we have protection, we deal a lot of damage, we have a lot of block, we have initial block, we have all these tools, yeah. I think we are farming normal enemies, let's do that. Trash talking the whole city? No, absolutely not. Like, if I was trash talking somebody, I'm over. Like, it's very, very branch specific. But I give you an example. If you want to be one of the best in Hearthstone, there are whatever, let's say 2 million players, and you try to be the best of 2 million, yeah? And if you take a look at, let's say, how many, I don't know, people in real estate are in Vienna. They're like, I don't know, 2,000. So suddenly you don't compete with 2 million people, but suddenly you compete with 2,000 people, yeah? And that's obviously a difference like day and night, yeah? It's like, or, yeah, you can delete Vienna. You can insert pretty much anything. I mean, I did the same in London. I did the same in Germany, in Berlin. It really does not change that much, honestly. Yeah, there's always like a changing legislation of the country, so you have to, of course, take different kind of approaches depending on what kind of law there is. But other than that, things usually just stay the very same. Right. So we can either inflict 28 or we can inflict 24. Or we can inflict 28 and 24. Does this attack us for a lot next turn? I forgot about the pattern, it's already quite a while. I think this might attack us for a lot next turn, I don't know, for 27 or something. What? But it's much harder to become good at real estate compared to getting good at to become good at Hearthstone. Is it so? Who tells you that? Like why is it why should it be harder? I don't get it. Like why do people believe that real life is harder than games? I mean, I think the older you become, the more you realize how many not that competent people are around there, and then you will. I always thought the same. I thought actually all adults are very clever, honestly. I really have to stop with the trash talking, but honestly, I always thought, okay, if somebody is, like when I was a kid, you know, if somebody is of the age of 20 or above, they must be really clever and know what they are doing. And the older you become, the more you realize, hey, that's not the case. There are a lot of incompetent people out there, yeah? And doing stuff they maybe should not do, like, because it's, they are not good at what they do, you know, and many people also don't do that, doing that because they don't. I mean, they don't even want to be there. I mean, that's the tragic of that, right? So they are doing something they are not good at, and they probably also hate it. Partly, like some, you know. Actually, many, right? Many people don't enjoy what they work, and so yeah, that's the hard truth here, yeah. In a modern society, which which sometimes where you don't have like that much not agency, you have a lot of agency, but nobody tells you, you know, that you have that agency, and people or people at least do not believe that they do have that agency, and yeah, they end up doing so. Yeah, basically this. So long story short, I don't have the feeling that it's so much harder than games. I don't see it. Like, for that I found too many, and I met too many people in this area which are just not that potent, like not that competent. Yeah. So. What Patriot Nick says, it's easier to understand the matter of Hearthstone rather than making the connections and building up capital in order to get a leg in real estate. That's the absolute wrong perception. Yeah, because if you would say it's harder to understand everything from being extremely good at real estate, for example, and also taking a look at into the future, taking all the factors into account, obviously I would agree with you, right? That it's much harder to understand everything of real estate than it's like to become extremely good at Hearthstone. No doubt about that. But it's not about becoming perfect at that. It's just about becoming better than others. So if you're telling me real estate is extremely complex, that's even better. Yeah? Because other people don't understand it even a dime, you know? Like what I'm saying is, it's about the comparison. Yeah? Like the more complex an area is, the better it is. If there are a lot of people who are not that how do you say, capable or whatever, yeah, because the edge comes from being better than others, yeah. So if you're saying, hey, well, I'm only very good at real estate and not insanely good, that's completely okay as long as all the others are average, you know. Like, that's even better than if you would be a genius in something and all the others are also geniuses. Evil geniuses. Okay, whatever, yeah. It's just like about the delta, like how much edge can you create? Yeah, if you, yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? Okay. Back to the game, take 12. You want to take 12? You think this hits us hard next turn? I don't even know about the 12. How do you kill next turn? We don't even kill next turn. Unless we draw Shockwave Bash. Like both. How much do we take next turn? 27? I mean, if it attacks for 27, we probably just take the damage, yeah. 28 in order to prevent 12? Do we really take that much more? I mean, we can inflict weakness next turn. And if this is weakened, he will never inflict the damage he inflicts now, right? We can even play Shockwave defend, maybe? Hey! Patriot Nix, thank you very much for the subscription. Hey, J6DM. JD6M, thank you very much for the subscription as well. We also weaken with Bash too. Yes. We even weaken with the Bash. So... it's just a feeling, but I don't like to take the... I don't like to take the 12. 9 times 2. It's pretty much about what we expected. We weaken, as we talked about it. Yeah. We still didn't take any damage, so we could still take the 12 now, if you say, hey, you know. But vulnerable means that if you draw any kind of... How much does this hit next turn? Does it really hit us so hard?
Yeah.
What Micro says, you mentioned our Hourglass being good on Ironclad, picking it over the key. Why do I rate it so highly? I mean, that I pick the Hourglass over the key is, I hope, not the question. But why I pick it so high, I mean, what means highly? I mean, it's just like 3 damage AoE every freaking turn. That means like 10 damage per fight. That's like an explosive potion every fight. I mean, an explosive potion every fight. That's like pretty damn good. Blackwater Sunset says you could exhaust the wounds there sometimes. No. If we would have exhausted the wounds, we would have get shuffled garbage into our deck, and that would have sucked. What? It sometimes becomes ridiculed in other streams. Who would ridicule the Hourglass? I mean... yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the strongest Ironclad relics. I just like probably top 3 of the Ironclad relics. Specifically early, yeah. Specifically early is probably one of the top 3 Ironclad relics, but yeah, whatever. Or at least top 5 or whatever. It's like insanely high, yeah. It's like really good. Can we talk about this defend here? I mean, we only need to draw. Yeah. Our odds are much higher of killing if we take 5 more here. We take 5 more for 1 more card. Probably, right? Is that weird? It feels extremely weird to do that. I don't know. Maybe that's the skew. If it doesn't do anything, it's definitely a skew. I really have to rewatch the freaking patterns. I'm a little bit rusty. I have to admit that I didn't know exactly like the pattern of her. Yeah, it's like a little bit rusty there. Hemokinesis? Is that like something? It's like the magic of blood. As you can see on the card art. Lose 2 HP is probably equivalent to 4 damage. So we can pick 1 energy, 14 damage here. Oh, yeah, okay, we can just take the max HP, right? Let's take the max HP. Max HP is quite a thing. So I took 5 because I was not familiar with the pattern. Yeah, that sounds just pretty much about right. Like, if you're not familiar with patterns, that's probably what's happening. Like, what happens, I guess. It's only fair. Yeah, it's really like the 4 energy is really playing. Oh, we cannot become frail. That is such a blessing. Yeah. No reason to play that. So good. Nearly full life. So good. Yeah, not even unhappy about garbage because hey, we have Singing Bowl. And you see already that the approach of farming monsters is really effective and potent. We actually healed ourselves up. And not only did we heal ourselves up, but we also gain max HP while doing so. It's extremely helpful, everything. The anchor is also playing full. It's really good what's happening here. It's really good. Happy farming. Are you kidding me? If we would have had 1 feed, that would have been pretty... Oh, max HP. Yeah, feed would have been extremely good. We already have that. These are all not upgraded. Evolve is... Not if he can sing. La 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 la. Sing, sing, sing. Okay, whatever. Sneko should not even hurt us that much. I think maybe also people don't realize how the hourglass is saving them, you know? Because there is something to the hourglass, you don't really see what it does. Because it's always like chipping in the damage. While it's just very good, you know? But maybe it's not apparently good. You don't feel it that much, but it's doing work in the background, you know? It's doing the work in the background. So, can we talk a little bit about this Rugged Off in comparison to the max HP? We are happy, right? Somehow we are happy with what's happening here. We cannot upgrade anyway, so probably just always shrug. Yeah, but also always shrug if you have max HP option. I don't know. Not necessarily. I also like the HP because of Battle Trance. Battle Trance Shrugged Off, of course, also does not synergize. Yeah, for obvious reasons, yeah. But I have to say, this Power Through. This Power Through is really doing it. Yeah, we don't need to inflict weakness. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Okay, this is a little bit weird. This is... And... I mean, this will curse, so... We don't need no weakness here, right? Like, for the future turns, I mean. We are too strong, guys. Whoa, True Grit. This is something I take. Here we are talking. I'm not so sure, but I somehow tend to want to use a potion. If we find vulnerable, like mass vulnerable, we can even strike this down. I'm very inclined to use one. I mean, we have these potions, right? Did you find here burn, immolate? Huh? No, that's why we use a potion. I mean, we have a reasoning here. Yeah, I don't want to see the defend. It's okay. I mean, using use your freaking potions. Don't be cheap. Really. We just strike him down over time, right? Like if we... I really wanted to have the strike in the deck. Like the perfected strike, so we might redraw it. And Preserved Insect is really good if you plan to farm another 3 leads in this act, another 3 leads in the next act, and then also Spire Shield, Spire Spare. Yeah, there's a Barricade, and there's also another Perfected Strike. Yeah, you know my opinion about Barricade. Yeah. You could also take Pommel Strike because it synergizes with Perfected Strike. Yeah, no, you know my opinion about Barricade. It's just really, really good. Yeah, we have to take the key. Resting is not an option. Unfortunately, we are too strong. So we Shockwave Carnage. Yeah. So Alex here, yeah, whatever. Demon form. Right. I mean, now we do have the Barricade. And we already have Barricade Impervious. We have Barricade Impervious powers through. We do have already Barricade Impervious powers through True Grit. We already have a lot of energy. If we find Entrench, we have Barricade Entrench. I don't think we want the Demon form. Now, Summary says Demon form so we can manage bosses. Do you really have the feeling that we cannot manage bosses? We have a lot of energy sitting there. We have powerful attacks. We have vulnerable plus 1 multiplied 1.75. We have Barricade, which is also helpful against bosses. We have powerful cards. We have really amazing relics, and we can also inflict other stuff. Our cards play harder than they should, and we are also not afraid of multiple enemies. We have reasonably amount of max HP, and we cannot become frail. I don't see this. Absolutely not. Bottle Flame. Now, the reasonable thing to usually do is to bottle the Immolate, because, I mean, to bottle any kind of AoE, right? Because AoE hits harder if there are still multiple enemies around. And multiple enemies around, well, I mean, it's obvious, right? At the start of the fight, there are still multiple enemies around. Okay. At the same time, is Immolate even something we would like to have in our opening can? I think this is something we would need to talk about. I mean, I would rather like to have a Barricade in turn 1, but it's okay to have attacks in turn 1, I guess, if you have Anchor. I don't know, but even against Snake Lady, I would rather like to draw Immolate turn 2, not turn 1. I don't even know whether Immolate the bottle is even good, honestly. Maybe we should just skip this relic, which is kind of weird, I don't know. Maybe Carnage? I don't know. I think we also want Vulnerability Infliction. Maybe Bash, honestly. Maybe Bash. Yeah, inflicting vulnerable from the get-go. It's okay. And then we have Vulnerable 3, which plays because we played it turn 1. We can also afford to put an attack into our hand because we block turn 1 anyways. And we have the vulnerable inflicted from the get-go. In coordination with weak. I think we bottled the bash here. Remind me a little bit of a weak bottle, but what can we do? More gold again a chest, like again middle chest, again gold. It's pretty silly good. So what about the Dreamcatcher? Hey, I'm freaking taking the Dreamcatcher. Thing is, we can only rest, you know. We can only rest all the time on rest sites. I'm taking that catcher here. Members, we are a freaking member, guys. We are so important. Here's our VIP card in your face, man. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the potion belt is... I mean, this is also potent, but hey, the potion belt. I mean, we are swimming here on a lot of HP. We do not use our potions. That's why this freaking potion belt, right? Always shrug. Nah, not always shrug. That's why this freaking potion belt. I do not see reasons which speak against this potion belt. What else? Yeah, let's remove some attack, I guess. Well, what's going on here? Removing strike makes perfect strike weaker. Do we care? Probably. Probably we do. I probably want to remove defend, right? I mean, defenses are not playing. Defense suck, right? I mean, 1 energy, 5 block. I mean, the strikes are dealing 9 damage each because of the perfect strike. 9 damage in terms of vulnerable multiplied by 1.75. So we are talking 17 damage, 16 damage each instead of 5 block. Okay, we can also not become frail. Maybe that's nonsense. Maybe we should just remove a strike. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. It also is better for the barricade, but I don't know. We don't buy potions because we are too strong anyway, so we just collect the cold potions on the get-go. Saving our gold, yeah. So... we remove a strike, yeah, I guess so. What are we supposed to do? Is that fishy? Sometimes 10 is not enough. We could use a potion, but we could also utilize our life a little bit. I think I'm a fan of utilizing our life here a little bit. And I would probably prioritize 10 damage. I don't even know. No. You probably take the block. Yeah, because we have Immolate and such. So if you would have drawn Immolate, you know. I have no freaking clue. This is confusing. So with this we can kill 1. But I mean, we also have Carnage sitting there. So we could also Shockwave. Okay, I'm slightly confused here. I just think I just play pattern play because I don't know what to do. Which would be this, this, and this. Yeah, I think we can play the long fight because we are not taking wounds. I mean, we are taking wounds, but we can actually exhaust these wounds again. So, you know. Right. Yeah, we didn't use a potion. That's pretty cool. Shuriken. Yeah, here's your demon form again. I mean, the evaluation did not change, right? I mean, what is the... I mean, I don't know. The really... I mean, demon form. Not upgraded. I don't know. Now we can even sometimes triple attack for strength. And there's still this max HP. Oh. Oh, 170 gold. 170 gold, guys. Naja, okay. Yeah, give me these scales. Okay, the Book of Little Stabbing is there. Yeah, Bash, Strike, Strike. Into Shuriken. Book of Stabbing becomes effective by Bronze Scales and Thorns. We heal to full life. Red Skull, really potent. Now we definitely do not need any kind of demon form. Liquid Memory is also really potent. If we find Entrench, then we can play Barricade into Big Block turn. Impervious into Memory form. Memory Potion into Memory Potion. Entrench. This demon form is really... This demon form is really persistent. It's really, really persistent. Yeah. That was good. That was good. Into Burning Plague Plus. Into Burning Plague Plus. Sure. That was pretty good. Question. Exhaust these 3. I would probably exhaust these 3. I don't see... Like, the elixir will suck. Like, you know, we don't need that. So, we completely don't need that. Because we even have the freaking medikit, you know. So, this is a useless potion. So, let's use it while it's not completely useless. Oh, we even exhausted the Ascender's Bane. Such badasses. Wow. Sick. Burning Pact. I'm thinking Barricade, honestly. Is there some unless? I mean, I also like the cards here, right? I mean, I would also probably just barricade into... not into Battle Trance, you know, so I would not even play Battle Trance here, honestly. I kind of like the situation we are in. So... And now we just go ahead and smoke, huh? As much as we can, honestly, yeah. Unfortunately, this is not killing this dude. Well, I mean, once it attacks... Which is fine, I guess. Yeah, okay, I somewhat could have played a power through, right? Interesting. Okay, I don't know, maybe I should really think about the place a little bit more. Because Immolate is not effective currently, right? So... What about Carnage so that it does not disappear? And, Right. So... We have Immolate for this dude. So we should just go ahead and do that. So for us, it's probably important to get rid of this like of these artifacts. Do we have other concerns? Bash into Impervious, yeah? Probably. With the idea that we can, you know, yeah. So Immolate. Shockwave inflicts first vulnerable then weak. We could also block 1 energy 20, which is pretty cool. Maybe I should really think more about my plays. I don't know. Okay. No, I'm just wondering because we are facing Hyper Beam and we are facing Hyper Beam and we still haven't dealt any kind of damage. Okay, here's the thing. We want to take damage because this gives us 3 extra strengths. So 28, we go to 27, that's pretty much perfect. Yeah. There is a question whether we want to get rid of Carnage, like whether we can afford not to play it. It's 2 energy 28. What else do we have? It's actually something we would like to have. Yeah, 2 energy 28 is actually pretty potent. So let's play that. Let's do not play this so that we receive the extra strengths, and then we go from there. I think I like that. Yeah, I don't think that we will eat up much more, so let's play Shockwave, Carnage here. Then this guy attacks us again, this time probably for 40. But 40 is never a problem, right? Because we can always always weaken, always block in, whatever, yeah? We could also block 1 energy 20 here, but Shockwave into Carnage is just too strong. Correct? Most likely. Maybe we will need 1 potion. But I mean, that's the case then. And, yeah. I mean, having the Carnage here is just too strong, yeah? So we need to do that. Right. So... Did I not play the burn last time, by the way? No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I missed. Maybe I missed that one. Right. So we can Burning Pact first on a strike if you do not want to draw the strike. If you do not want to draw the strike again, but I think we don't really need extra cards, right? I mean, if you just battle trance here. And we want to what? Bash into Liquid Memory the power through. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, we can also just survive if we play Bash and Defend, yeah? So I'm thinking, hey, maybe we do not want Burning Pact because we can just bash into defense, for example. Kind of getting 1 more strength in that way. We also have Distilled Chaos if you would like to do that. Yeah, so like if bash is here, we can do that. I guess it's just about Distilled Chaos doesn't work with no draw debuff? Oh really? What do you mean? Does not work with no draw debuff. Really? You cannot draw cards this turn. This does not work. I tried. Yeah, it just works. Obviously. I mean, sure. Yeah, okay. But thanks for the information. Very much appreciated. Okay, so we do have either we take a burn or we deal a little bit more damage. Like this is okay, we don't see it, but yeah, it's 8 more damage, and for that we draw a burn. I think I would like to deal the more damage, yeah. And then we just kill it in 2. Oh, perfect, huh? So, was it close or not? I cannot even say whether that... Hey, man, komm jetzt. Das Demon Foreman. Hey, okay. Okay. And always not upgraded, by the way. Always not upgraded. No, I think it's okay. I mean, we just don't use the potion until we need to use the potion, right? And if we need to use a potion, okay, so be it, right? Offering is good. No. Offering is good. What was the other card? No, nothing. Nothing of interest. There's a pyramid. I have to also think about the sacred bark on 4 potions. I mean, sacred bark potion build, I heard that's a combo. Why do we think the pyramid is so good? Because we can exhaust I mean, pyramid, okay. I mean, pyramid medikit is also a combo. So... Usually pyramid is obviously better than sacred bark. We don't need to talk about that. Now, on 3 potions, probably the pyramid is slightly, really slightly better than the sacred bark is. On 4 potions, I would believe that sacred bark is better than pyramid. But I have to say that with the medikit... Yeah. I guess with the medikit... you don't even think about the belt? No. I do not. Yeah, pyramid medikit. So. Yeah, we maximize elites. Preferably also taking on the burning. Go through here. Here. I mean, the shop can give us artifact. The shop can give us... Oh, actually shop is we have 300 gold. What am I even looking at, guys? Okay. My bad. Oh, they are very aggressive. Wow. They are very aggressive. Yeah, I mean, they are very aggressive, yeah. 28, 40. Good job, we have an anchor. Yes. Good stuff that we do with an anchor. I don't mind losing life, because if we get like into low HP, we have Red Skull, right? So losing life is absolutely fine, right? Red Skull. Barricade Pyramid is actually counter-synergetic, guys. Not even kidding. We save life if we do this. 1 life. But... I mean... But then these are hitting harder. So that's this. So we took 14. Yeah. And we get closer to Red Skull. I like. This is 10 only, of course. We have some this. Can we kill this? Yeah, not with... Hey, these space strikes are are not exactly what we are looking for. Yeah, the barricade... Actually, Pyramid Barricade is counter-synergetic. Interesting. Okay, I have no clue what I'm doing here. These strikes are actually clocking our hand. Not even kidding. What? We can only rest now anyways. Oh yeah, we can also only rest now anyways. That is also true. Yeah, we can also only rest now anyways, that's absolutely true. Oh, das sucks. Oh, was ist denn das? Oh, okay. We could just take 6 life loss, I don't know. That's the easy pass, I don't know, it's like... I don't know whether that did make any sense, but... I guess we probably could have set it up without losing the 6 life. But yeah. If we could find some I don't even know. If we could find yeah, I guess entrench. I guess entrench. Yeah. Yeah, Eternal Feather sucks. We can only rest anyways. Abacus is interesting. Remove is interesting. Yeah. Dark Embrace is not interesting, I guess, because we have Pyramid already and we have crap lots of cards. What is our opinion about the Abacus? It's not so bad. I mean, depending on whether we will see a shop. Okay, we see a shop here. So maybe not. What about the card remove? 13 gold True Grit is nice. No, it's not upgraded. That's really bad. Really bad. We could card remove if you want that. Because there's another shop here. Yeah, or we do nothing. Yeah, or we do nothing. Oh, but if this is 999 gold, would we even take it? With the pyramid, not, right? Whereas we do have remove. Definitely card remove, yeah? I mean, because, yeah, I guess, yeah. Remove the strike. I don't even know. No, now we got Shuriken. Actually, we should remove the defend now. Oh, this is so weird. Huh. I mean, obviously we take the fight, right? I mean, after the last fights, I don't feel as strong as we felt beforehand, which is kind of weird because I felt really powerful, but whatever. I mean, probably we are. We are building our entire fortune on the carnage. So let's kill this, try to kill this, right? I mean, try it, but yeah. What did he say? It's like, this is like 49 or what? So 60, 70, 80. We could use one of these potions in order to seal this fight. There is no campfire, so maybe we should really just do that. I mean, if you use this power potion, we should just win this fight. If we do not use that, we probably take some damage. Is that even true? Not necessarily. We bash, we carnage, strike into power through. So we probably don't even take damage. Most likely. We also got strength, which is good. Right. And we even have immolate. So yeah. I think we are also looking at getting into Red Skull range. I know this looks a little bit weird now, but I'm just saying maybe that's also that was also maybe a concern. Yeah. Looks a little bit weird because now it's a little bit ugly. Hmm. This is so confusing. So we have option number 1, which is emulating into 1 defend, blocking 5 as like we take 16. Option number 2, be impervious this here, and we take 7, or we play impervious into defend, and we take 2. What is the downside? The downside is it's not getting better. Oh. So what I'm saying is if we play emulate defend and we take 16, the fight is over. We just win. Yeah, we take 16, that's it. Game over, like fight is over. Next turn we play blah 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 blah, you know, like fight is over. Shockwave, impervious, whatever. Now we take 16, the fight is over. Or we, what was that? We block super, like we take only 2. This guy dies next turn. We have I mean, this guy hits for 26, yeah? So next turn, yeah, what do we do against 26? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, we need to kill this for 1 energy. Then we can weaken this guy to 19. We block for 5. We take 14. Yeah, you get the point. And yes, we also activated the red skull, of course. So we want to set up the kill next turn. We could take 1 if you play this into True Grid. We are lacking energy like crazy, right? We are really lacking that energy here. Yeah, we could have killed, does not matter. I'm still curious about this energy. Like that we are so crippled with the energy. Tungsten Rod, it was definitely worth, of course, taking the fight. We also found a potion, which is like a blessing of the forge, which is good because we could not upgrade at all. So that is cool. There is a flex. Upgraded. And I heard we do have damage problems. Energy problems, right? So receiving an upgraded flex in a deck which has such huge energy issues, I have to tell you, I'm not completely opposed to that. Yeah. We cannot play all our hand, we have permanent energy issues. Flex just comes in and gives us 4 strength for 1 turn. If we find some artifact potion, it gives us 4 strength permanent. I think it's just good enough to be taken. Yeah. We also have flex with pyramid, that's even better. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. Yeah, we face 2 of those, so 1 shouldn't be a problem. It's pretty good that we... should we flex? Not really, right? I guess we just flex next turn. Yeah, it's very helpful that we also have the red skull activated now. So as it stands, we do not even need the offering, which is pretty amazing. Okay, we are out of red skull range again, but that's what it is. Yeah. That is 2,000 gold, guys. I mean, I don't know whether it's the time to become greedy. I mean, we have Pyramid, and Pyramid is normality is not that great. Not even thinking about Headbutt. I don't know what you all have with this Headbutt. I don't like that card. Really not. So we do have some exhaust with it through grid. Greedy time. Really. I mean, 2,000 gold. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What? And pack? What do you mean and pack? We have two of us. Burning pact, okay. Burning pact and what? Burning pact and grid. Where? Where is it? Here. Okay. Okay. So you're saying 2,000 gold. We cannot say no to that, right? Did you really just take the 2,000 gold, guys? I wonder whether that was like dumb. Like really dumb, but yeah. Offering, yeah. My man. Oh my god. Cool. We are normal now. We are facing 100 damage. Are we facing 100 damage straight, yeah? That is funny. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I mean, I feel that's funny, that we face exactly 100. In before the Burning Pact draws the other normality. Yeah, that would not be ideal. Yeah. But what we could also just do we could just kill the Raptormancer if you want. Like if you're in for that, we could also just kill that Raptormancer. You like? Okay. I mean, I heard all kind of stuff like using potions or gamble on the second normality. But yeah, hey, we could also just kill the Raptormancer. Okay, Warcry, this. No. Okay, wait. I definitely use one potion here. Which potion? This is the most potent one. I don't know whether we want to use the most potent one in this fight. But yeah, probably. It's okay. I mean, we have a lot of utility here. Like a lot of utility. I'm a little bit afraid that we have too much utility. I mean, that this potion could be used better in a better way later, you know. Like that's what I'm thinking. But like in other fights, you know, that we have better utilization. But on the other hand, if you can utilize it in such a nice way, I mean, we really drew all our non-upgraded cards. I mean, I don't know. No, I don't know. This is weird. I don't know. Yeah, probably yes. So probably okay. Yeah, let's use it. And you wanted to block this, yeah? Interesting as well, but yeah. Because we don't necessarily need to block it, but yeah. And now we try to get rid of these, yeah? Like, part by part. Because before we got rid of those, we cannot play flex, we cannot play offering. So... yeah. Trying to get rid of those, I guess. We could have also used the strength potion, but I'm not, I don't know, the biggest fan. Huh. So we can exhaust that, but we of course also rather want to exhaust in a block turn. That makes sense. So maybe we could. Now, that sucks. Everything sucks. I mean, we could play barricade into, you know, this, into offering, into impervious. Next turn, flex into go. Flex, shockwave. Flash. I don't even know whether it was. I mean, I'm just playing the cards out here. Could have played the upgraded strike. I just threw them out because it's lethal anyways. So whatever. Yeah, we used one potion, took some damage. Trench. Okay. I mean, actually that's a little bit dumb because we want to refresh all our potions anyways at the shop. We have 2,500 gold. And we will have 2 shops, so every shop we need to spend 1,200 gold. Yeah, we cannot. So we always refill all the potions. Oh, we even found a meal ticket, so we will heal automatically as well. And then at the fire we have a forced rest. Here we also have a forced rest. What about this entrench here? We take this, huh? Gotta spend gold to make some what? Yeah. Like we just entrench. Here. Yeah, 15 life. Suck. Right. So the first action of the day is we remove one of these normalities. And things become a little bit more normal. Not. But yes. So, the meat on the bone. Well, I mean, we have the dough. So let's buy the frozen eye. Yeah, here. Take my money. Take my money. What is this? Yeah, we just drink it. Yeah, why not? Take my money. Fear potion. Yeah, sure. What are the 2 best potions? This and this, right? These 2. Madness is actually pretty good, right? Madness is trading card for discount. Like has to be powerful. Kind of. Yeah, I think this is powerful. I would have liked to see some kind of energy relic, but hey. Uh-huh. Now, fortunately, we've refreshed all the potions. We have one AoE. I definitely want to use one potion. So if you are to use one potion, it's probably the flex potion. I don't know. Maybe. Currently we can watch bash, strike, and defend. Or we burning pack the strike and play double defend. With the hope. I don't know. I mean, they are eating us if we don't do anything against those. So I believe we just suck up some damage and yeah. What this draw kind of sucks, so draw more. Yeah, but I don't think we have the energy to do that. So I'd rather would like to do this. Block one, take some damage, you know, like this. Really prioritizing killing one quickly and then thinking about the rest. Even this is obvious, I think. And yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we do not want to waste damage, we have to do this rather, and then maybe play a defend, and then we take one. I guess that's how we want to play that, right? We cannot even exhaust the wounds. Funny. This. I mean, we could have not exhausted the wounds if we would have, you know. Okay. Yeah. I think the cards being offered are not amazing. That's also why we have already so much max HP. I do not think we use a potion in this fight. We just received one extra strength, which was pretty good. Yeah, a little bit order. Right. Back to the entrenched game. Yeah, sure. Why not? If you can do that, why not? Right. It should be sufficient, right? But I hope so. I mean, I didn't exactly calculate, so... But I think so. So with 4 energy we can usually create 20 block and at least, and we need to draw the entrench again. Or we play... Naja, we can either entrench or we can punish him with attacks. These are the 2 options. And the question is what is like better, faster, whatever. And let's see, we would flex here. And now this deals what, 28. And this deals 44. So like 80 damage aroundish. Could also play these strikes. Doing the strikes is a little bit a long journey. But we also receive 1 extra strength. So this is like around like 55. I think the other one has to be better, honestly. I mean... $58 now. I mean, sure. Yeah, this should just be better, of course. Yeah, back to yeah. I would have needed to play this. Yeah, back to. Oh, we even have Frozen Eye. Yeah, we even have Frozen Eye. That's true. Right. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess now the people with the headbutt are coming in again and telling me, okay, headbutt, hey, we can entrench, we can put entrench on top of the deck. Yeah, I mean, sure we can. I'm still not quite convinced that that's the way to do it. Yeah, I mean, because we can build our hand and we can shape our hand anyways, and then we will keep the entrench in our hand. And what we do is we play a double entrench after we played Impervious. I really do not see the headbutt, honestly. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, the only thing we can do is like rest, but that's good because we just lost some life. There would be a corruption. Why am I laughing? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's... yeah. It's... I don't even know whether that's good, honestly. I mean... generally speaking, corruption, barricade is obviously powerful. They could just take it for testing purposes, but honestly, I don't have the feeling that we are winning with our attacks. Currently, I rather have the feeling that we are winning with barricade and trench. Yeah, I'm just telling you. I mean, it's always barricade and trench here, and we can also top it up with like memories and stuff like this. So. We are still lacking a little bit energy. I really hope the next shop gives us some, you know, something nice. I mean, we have the dough, you know, we have the dough. And we also have a lot of potions in our freaking potion belt. So, and we remove every shop, so. So what is with this dude? Like, what is with the corruption? Yeah, the corruption enables us to play all our blocks in one turn. That's basically what it does. And, of course, for free, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sure. We are lacking energy. That gives us energy. It's probably good in every fight but the hard fight. And yeah, and that's probably reason enough. Yeah, it's okay. We don't need to play it if we do not want to play it. We can just say, okay, we play it only in the fights where we actually want to have it. If that makes sense. Keeping the defend because we now have corruption, of course. I don't even know whether it's not better to just... I mean, with the pyramid we should just farm this anyway so we can block. But what I'm saying is, we could also say, hey, we are not blocking, you know? Like, kind of in a way that we say it's better... That we say it's better to... yeah, okay, now we are blocking anyways, but... You know what I'm saying? Like, that we keep impervious for the double upturn. That's my point. Now we could deal damage, but we can also just set up our stuff. So kind of now that we basically say, hey, we play this, into this, into this. Madness, burning, pact on, whatever we want. Right. Or emulate maybe. Defend. Maybe that was a spew. Doesn't look like it. Looks like we are fine. Regal pillow. Exactly what we needed. Not. Okay. Alright. Against the heart we also have thorns, by the way. There is an energy. You mean with the berserk? No, with the corruption we do not have energy problems any longer. Or what do you mean? Energy is good. You mean the berserk or what? Or the potion? Well, what's up? Eh? What's going on here? You want the berserk or what? Seriously? Maybe maybe the pyramid makes the berserk better because we can actually dodge. I mean, we cannot dodge here, you know, so. No, I think we could actually benefit from it, because we can actually also face tank, right? We have so much HP, max HP, we can just face tank the heat. I like it. Yeah, that we face tank the heat. Makes a lot of sense. Warcry is free? Yeah, Warcry would have been free, of course, yeah. I mean, that's what Warcry does. Here in short fights, we definitely do the corruption thing, yeah, that's really good in short fights. So... yeah, in short fights we do not have energy problems, because we have corruption, yeah. Okay, I'm spewing a little bit around here, most likely. But we have an automatic heal at the next site, so we can probably just, you know, play whatever we want. Really play whatever we want, and we are good. So even playing this or whatever, I don't care. We have whatever, really whatever. This. We just full heal anyways, so. Ha! How sadistic! We just killed them with the Hourglass. That's what we do to you, Spikers, because you're so evil. Huh. We always torture the Spikers, the one way or the other. Yeah, there's freaking power through. Power through is so powerful. Is it even? Against the heart it's like 11 block. But we can play it, then we can double up, and then after we doubled up we can exhaust the wounds. Rage is also very good. Whenever you play an attack, gain 5 block. That's also really, really good. Really powerful, because we play... Naja, it gives us 15 block for 0 energy. I'm curious. Maybe that was wrong. Yeah, Sentinel, Corruption Sentinel is completely busted. But really, really good. Don't know whether it's good enough though. But obviously that is very potent. And besides the heart, we will always play corruption into, like, we will always play corruption in pretty much any fight. So, unless you tell me, okay, unless you tell me in this fight we don't. But yeah, so, hey, Ukbok, thank you very much for your subscription, man. So what do we do here? We will always go to full life after this fight, so we can utilize the entire 100 life in this fight. We did really not make any kind of use of the meat on the bone, and actually we overheal at any point of, like, this overheals, this overheals, this overheals. Everything overheals. We are like the overhealing masters, if you want to say so. We can even use every potion, which sucks, because this potion can never be good, right? So why would we use it here? Why? Because if you say it can never be good, and we always fill all the potions in the shop anyways, we just use that potion now. And it also goes for all the other potions. I mean, energy potion has to suck. The potion in this shop will definitely be better than an energy potion. So we can just freely go ahead and use the energy potion. Right. So we do not want to see this, probably. I mean, I just assume here that our master plan is to go and trench. Okay, I could have kept an exhaust for this. Currently, we do have... we do have a burning pack for this left. Right. We can utilize our entire life. I'm wondering whether we should just play this or whether we should just exhaust it. I guess now that's the thing, like that's the point where we would need to decide which kind of path we take. Would it be dumb to play the corruption here? We might be sad if you play the corruption in this fight, right? I don't know. Let's just play it this way and see. Okay. So Burning Pact on normality is obvious. Yeah, there's this corruption thing. So I am thinking probably we play corruption. And also Berserk. Tank damage and then go into the big turn. Or we play Barricade, keep the power through. Seems risky. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we should need to know whether it's risky or not. And I don't think so, and honestly. I mean, this power through is already 15 block, right? Power through is 35 block, Impervious 65 block. 65 block duplicated is like 130. And the other one shall be safer, you say, because we can do it without, like, we redraw them or what. Yeah, it's not even that the corruption saves us that much energy here. Whereas with the Sentinel it actually does. So we have 140 block. Yeah, energy potion we can take here. I'm just curious. So the other idea would just be to try to outpace them. Like 36 outpace. Can we outpace 36? With 5 energy we can certainly... Okay, we definitely play Berserk, yeah? So getting a little bit more damage here. Amazing. Now we drink this. No, it's probably fine to play Barricade. I'm still not exactly sure. So we have 5 energy and maybe with the corruption it's better. Huh. Just from a logical standpoint, right? Like currently we have 5, 10, 40, 50, 60, 120. Oh, that was Jasper. And you're saying that it's risky because we could basically do that and then redraw. I mean, this exhausts anyways, this gives us energy, so... And this we want to be exhausted. So, I mean, there's... Okay. We could say we want this in... we could say we want to redraw this. That's the only thing I see here. Yeah, that we say, hey, if you really want to redraw that, we basically play it in this way, that we play strike first, then we play power through into wounds, then we play corruption into sentinel, offering, yeah, all that stuff, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the only thing I can maybe relate to, that this might be like better. I don't think there is doubt that we should play it. We could have flexed first. Okay, maybe we use the vulnerable also. I mean, the vulnerable is really also kind of worthless. Also inflicts weak, yeah? I mean, it's vulnerable and weak infliction for 1. Weak infliction for 1 is perfect here, right? I mean, weak infliction for 1 is like exactly what we want. And then vulnerable, this is, I mean, okay, then we need to talk about the potions in this slot, like all potions in this slot, on the spot, in the shop. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is all a big spew. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. But I only know that Donu dies next turn, because we suddenly only play attacks in our deck. Yeah, we can even dissolve these garbage. Now, actually, we are not even remotely in danger, I have to tell you. I think we made like all the worries and sorrows for no reason, guys, really. I mean, look at this, we are farming hard, huh? Like, we are way ahead of these dudes. We would have not even needed to use this stupid potion. We are ending with like 60 block. And 60 life, we are ending with 120 too much. We might have, like, maybe we should have calculated that. Yeah, double boss would have not mattered us. I mean, you see that we have plus 120 lives, so who cares about double boss? It's also that Deckhand Don was the biggest problem for our deck, for sure. Uppercut. I think we take uppercut. It's upgraded, inflicts 2 vulnerable and 3 weak. I mean, and these dudes will all have like artifacts, and against Heart will also receive artifact at some point. Yeah, we buy 1 time through the row. What did we receive? Artifact is good to keep our extra strengths from this boost, or we can cancel out vulnerability. Dexterity for 1 turn. We can also give ourselves 5 extra dexterity. That might also be an option. This heals 20 is not the worst. It's not the best. It's not the worst. It's also alright. We could buy this, which is very potent against the Heart. It's also very good against the elites, so that we can focus Spire, Spare, and turn 3 we will receive automatic block. It's also really potent with the barricade. The toolbox is very, very good. Yeah, I like the toolbox a lot. Now we can buy an extra potion by buying the White Beast statue. I think that's reasonable. I think the panic button is quite good with the pyramid, so we could also buy this. Removing a strike, I think that goes without saying. We could buy another entrench. I think that makes a lot of sense being in our situation. And there's a brutality. Brutality is extremely potent in our case because we do have the tungsten rod, so we take 0 damage. Oh. Let's buy the store. I also want the carpet, the rug. Okay. Oh, did you remove the strike over the curse? Not good. We have balls of steel, guys. That is the reason. That's the only reason, guys. It's the only reason. Big cojones. Whatever. Yeah, we can freely use the potions. I mean, actually, we can also just drink this once we find a new potion. So what are the questions here? The first question is Berserk. I think there is no doubt that we will play Corruption, right? I mean, this is... Yeah, I think the Corruption play has to happen. And I also do not think it's close. If you take enough damage, we can actually receive meat on the bone bonus. So let's say we would take damage so that we go down to 45. We would immediately go down to up to 57, 63. We drink the potion 83. So I think we also don't need to use a potion. Yeah. For now. Yeah, for now. I have to ask about the True Grid, whether we even want to play that here. Most likely not. Because if you draw Normality, it would be... Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. So we could play this... I mean, the problem is that we do not draw new stuff if we keep it this way. Don't we have Frozen Eye? Yes, we have Frozen Eye. Normality comes there. And the Burning Pack is at the end. So we will draw these 3 cards now, then we draw with Battle Trend. So yeah, we can just go ahead and True Grid. And we should exhaust. What do we exhaust? Perfected Strike. Now we could play Berserk. It's pretty painful, the energy. I mean, pretty painful means insanely painful. Do we get to the panic button? Not really, right? We are getting... actually, we only get to power through. And then we actually draw into Normality. Ugh. Did you really calculate this so well? Maybe that was even wrong. Alright. Okay. I don't know. Maybe we should have exhausted it further. Okay, I have no clue what I'm doing here. We could do this for extra energy every turn with the Ancient Potion. Maybe that's also good. Like converting the Ancient Potion for a lot of... I mean, the Ancient Potion is so good later. Oh, actually we are not becoming frail anyways. Okay, but that does not matter. This would actually prevent the vulnerability from the heart. That the heart inflicts vulnerability. Artifact with speed potion. Yeah. You mean against the heart or what? Naja. I cannot lose the feeling that we are about to become wrecked, so let's just use this. Vulnerable, what was with the vulnerable infliction? If the heart inflicts vulnerable, this is worth like 30 life or what? Next time we play Bash and Immolate or what? Probably. Yeah, whatever. I mean, Yeah, we would draw into no. We can just play different. Oh. And next turn we just create a lot of block. So we need to keep the strike in order to turn over. We need to keep barricade in order to play it. Which basically means we play 1 defend here in order to draw 5. That's it. Now we take 35. Actually, we take a little bit less. And now we play our stuff. We want to turn around. We want to play barricade, brutality, power through, defend, panic button into entrench. Yeah, not the best idea, right? So, entrench. Right. Now we draw 5 cards, so we might as well do the panic button this turn. In order to do uppercut, strike. Oh, there is another entrench coming, is it? We could play next turn offering impervious entrench. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, where is the entrench? Oh, did I overdraw? Doesn't matter, we can still do it next turn. Not so important. Okay. I mean, it was not exactly ideal. Okay, whatever. So, your entrench. Turn over. Oh. Yeah, whatever. Could have taken some damage in order to get meat on the bone, but yeah, you know. Right, so now we drink this, for that we get the skill. It's pretty good, right? I mean, it's pretty good how it works. Rupture is nonsense, right? What? Boy Shaker says, I'm pretty sure panic button into entrench does work. Double your block. You cannot gain block. Panic button into entrench works? Does it? Weak. Do it for science next time? Yeah, sure. I will. So what are my questions here? First of all, is 5 dexterity better, like permanent 5 dexterity better than not being vulnerable? I believe so. So we should do that. Skill we use when this attacks us. So what is going on? Left. Bash. Uppercut line. Like this. Yeah. The old question again, whether we would like to play Corruption or not. We are double entrenched, right? So maybe there is a Normality, and True Grit and Burning Pact are here. Yeah. What a hand? Well, what's wrong with the hand? I mean, it's whatever, right? Yes. 5 dexterity and skill potion. Yeah, sure, but I mean, we don't benefit from that, right? Like, what is? Oh yeah. You mean, and then we play the panic button? Is that like what you were saying? Seems fishy. I mean, this guy attacks for 50 next turn, and I mean, the thing is, you want to panic button the second attack, right? Just saying, yeah. Because if you panic button the second attack, you cannot game block in the turn where he does not hit you anyways. Yeah. What entrench works? Hey, wow, entrench works. That's interesting. So yeah, and we even have the tungsten rod. Yeah, so it would actually be pretty criminal to play the panic button here. That would actually be pretty bad. So so what's going on here? Yeah, I think we have to think about whether we would like to have corruption deployed or not, right? I mean, honestly, I think we should just play corruption. I don't. I mean, with the idea that we collect the defend, and then we double entrench, and then like we tank the damage. We just tank the damage until we go double entrench. Where's the second entrench? Yeah, we have it somewhere. Huh. And then we also use the skill potion in the quad block turn. Yeah, skill potion. Liquid memories also in the... No, liquid memories can be deployed now. So we gain 5 dexterity. Actually, then we should have played the art. You see that the artifact we could have actually used to cancel out vulnerability, because as it now plays out, we only needed the 5 dexterity in one specific turn. As it plays out now, but and we could have seen it because we had well, we have the frozen eye. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. So we could have saved 30 life with the ancient potion because we only need dexterity for one specific turn. Right. So what's going on here? Immolate is obvious. Attack is obvious. Oh, I should have played this attack. Nah, whatever. I mean, obviously we play now some of these defense. We really want to draw 5 cards, so... Uh, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, face tanking as much as possible, of course. Okay, we want to exhaust the Carnage. And this is kind of a daunting task here. So we probably want to play the defense. Get away this. Give away this. Perfect the strike. Now we draw 6 per turn. This is so weird, guys. This is so confusing to me. So we do this. We want to play this. This exhaust, these all exhaust for free, and then we draw 6 cards. And under these 6 cards, there will be a normality. So we can only go off after the next turn or something, which is kind of fine. Yeah. So kind of in a way, this turn we still play the barricade, which is perfect because it also utilizes our energy. We could play Barricade Madness, but I do not see a reason to do that. Right, like this. Honestly, we could even play Offering into Burning Pact. That's even better. So let's play Offering into Burning Pact. And do our thing. No, let's do our thing. So what would that be? That would be Skill Potion, Limit Break. Huh. Disarm or Shrug It Off. All of those are playing, by the way. Yeah. This is 32 block, draw a card. And we would draw a Power Through. Yeah, let's take the Shrug It Off. That's just a little bit too good to pass up on. Now we would like to create quad block. So what can we fish for? Yeah, whatever. We can fish for an uppercut later. So let's do that now before our block becomes before we touch our block. I would really like to, you know. So Berserk, we want? Are we interested? Or is it weird? It's probably weird. Oh, we also need to exhaust something. So okay, whatever. Yeah, cool. Oh. Yeah, happy farming now. Some people said they were not exactly sure whether we can make it in time, like before the heart goes to 50 strength. Currently the heart is at 2 strength. And I don't see any big reasons why we should not be able to kill the heart in a very quick... Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it's like... We are farming hard now. Oh, the perfected strike, you see how this delivers? It's like pretty big delivery. Big delivery, man. Look at this. Ja, I mean, du hast gerade TFT gespielt. Das meinst du, wenn du bist beschäftigt deshalb hier? TFT zocken? Nee, nee, klar, schon klar, ja? Nee, sure, ja, ja. Okay. Pretty good. So, let's take a look at the chat. That was pretty powerful. It's good to know, learning something every day with the power blah blah. You know, what was the power blah blah? Yeah, then you can even get panic button into entrench. Bulto says you were fully burned out of defense though, with 300 or so left. So if you didn't kill with the next turn or two, it would have gotten pretty close. No, it's not close. We have freaking 300 block, man. And the heart hits like for 60 or like 90, 90 and 40 or something. So you have like 6 turns to inflict lethal. And we have 5 energy per turn. So we deal like 100 damage per turn. So probably we are like 600 damage dealing. Like we deal 600 damage until the armor runs out. Turns out that 500 block is quite a big chunk of block. Are you playing more later? Oh, joking? Yeah, maybe. Are you playing more later today? No, probably not. I have to... I go to an information evening today. Information evening... Yeah. Yeah, there's something to, like, problem childs. Like, if you have... there are some kids which are getting beaten or whatever, and whatever the police is being called, and then these kids are being taken away somewhere, and somewhere is usually to voluntarily replacement parents, but it's not exactly. There are those who take the kids for, let's say, 2 weeks or something, or 3 weeks until there's a how do you say, a care family found for them, and my wife and me, we are going to an information evening for that. So no, it's not foster parents, but it's rather there's like this this bridging period, right, where you don't have a foster parent yet, you don't have a place, but the kids have to be somewhere, right? So yeah, so basically this yeah, temporary guardians, yeah, or something like this. Exactly, that's probably what it's called in English. And we are thinking about doing something like this. What? Am my kids okay? Yeah, sure they are okay. Yeah, it's always the question whether you can do more, you know. So okay, cool. No, that's a basic. Like I always play the basic game. No mods. I mean, the only mod I have is like, I mean, I have 2 mods. One is the base mod, and the other one is the mod which shows you this stuff. Yeah. Okay. What's going on? We have 1. Yes, I will go. I will leave in 2 hours. So I see you tomorrow. 4 run. Now the time for the long runs will begin. Will begin. Yeah, because we will continue our Ascension 20 journey sample size collection tomorrow. We will continue that. Currently, we are 8-2. And so a little bit more serious mode from tomorrow on. Yeah, I mean the climb went fine. I think we only lost 1, which obviously happens if you play very quickly. Yeah. 16. Yeah, I know. I mean that was a sad thing, because I mean that was obviously an insanely powerful run. We had pretty much everything. I mean, not this, but we had, I mean, actually, yes, because we had all that gold into shopping cart. Look at this. Gold into shopping. Yeah, you know, you saw the run, right? But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is that... Yeah. What is the reason why others are struggling so hard with the Ironclad? What is the reason? I'm just curious, because the win rates are very similar from the Ironclad to the Silent, to the Robot. Like, if you take a look at the data, at the statistics, the win rate of Ironclad, Silent, and Defect are not really differ. They don't really differ so much. And I mean, I wouldn't even say that the Ironclad is much more easier than the Defect. I think the Defect is also very easy. But, Was? Geht ihr wohin, oder? Achso, ja. So, and also if you see others, Like there's one guy doing also this Ascension 20 plus hard challenge. Oh yeah, okay. If you mess up stuff, I see. They don't get barricade and French every game. Okay. I see. Okay, Arctic struggles with Ironclad because no win conditions. I'm telling you, pick the freaking barricade. Also barricade here. I mean the trash talk about the barricade that we see it every game. Yeah, because we pick it every game. We pick it like we prioritize barricade over pretty much everything. Because I think barricade is like the way to go. The way to do it with the Ironclad. Let's see. Barricade and trench in this game. Barricade and trench this game. What was this? No barricade. We did it with? I don't know, with a lot of... Or was that this weird deck? Maybe that was this weird deck. That was really weird, this run. Barricade. Ah, I think here... No? Oh, yeah. Here we played the Brimstone here. Yeah. So no barricade and trench here. We played the Brimstone. Yeah, here, whatever. We would have probably gotten there, but whatever. Here, barricade. I mean, you see me also picking barricade and sometimes breaking on the trench. Okay, we had barricade and trench here. But, you know, like here. No, actually we had barricade and trench here. Okay. Okay, but you see me picking barricade every, like, when I get offered barricade, I take it. Yeah. Yeah. Here we didn't have, but we had body slams, like, yeah, whatever. And we had a lot of relics here in this. Naja. Okay. Oh, okay, unnecessary risks, yeah. Maybe the biggest is the boss awareness. I think you should really be aware of the Act 1 boss. The Act 1 boss can really wreck you, and you really need to be prepared. Yeah, you really need to be prepared for the Act 1 boss. Bruce the MC says Ironclad is not as straightforward as people think. No, Ironclad is not straightforward at all. Yeah. Unless you take barricade and then trench. Feed, yeah, feed is also very good. Limit break, I don't even know. For example, I'm not the biggest fan of limit break. For example, yeah. I think limit break, I don't know. And what is the block engine? Yeah, just removing all the strikes very heavily. Maybe finding a... I mean, the warrior has kind of a lot of ways to do it, right? I mean... Okay, I mean, first of all, we arrived at 20 finally. Very nice. So the second one is... maybe we also need to... I mean, if you take a look at the warrior or the Ironclad, I think it's very important to understand the different stages of the game. So, like, the first stage is obviously to be able to farm elites, and for that, I think big mistakes are probably that people also skip sometimes cards at the beginning of the game. Like, maybe they would skip Iron Wave if they would only become offered an Iron Wave and 2 garbage cards. Or they would maybe skip an Anger. Yeah, they would maybe skip an Anger. I don't know who skips Angers, but you know. And like people apparently do. Yeah, even a Twin Strike. I would easily pick a Twin Strike if I only get offered Twin Strike and garbage. Because hey, you need that damage. You cannot build for the late game. If you pick up a Twin Strike, pick up the freaking Twin Strike. Because it's not good, but what can you do, you know? If you farm a normal monster and you only receive a Twin Strike, well, that's what you got. Yeah, deal with it. So I think people skipping cards, and this is also probably also true with the Watcher. You cannot skip cards at the beginning of Act 1. You cannot skip, yeah? You have to pick something. Even if it's bad, you have to pick something. Because it always makes your deck so much better if you have a real card instead of base cards. So that's that. At one kind, does elite farming stop end of Act 1? Yeah, I mean that you really are forced to pick cards is probably at the end of Act 1. You have to pick cards, yeah? You cannot stand there and say, okay, I'm skipping cards and don't become stronger, yeah? Even if it means that it hurts your late game. Okay, armaments and the upgrade on the armaments, it's obvious. That's really nice. Yeah, that's against Lagavulin, you it's like insane armaments plus. Even against the sentries, that's good, you know. So armaments plus is really very potent. I think we might also take a short look at the common cards, because I mean at the beginning of Act 1, like at the beginning of the run, you will become offered common cards. So yeah, I'm saying that because now I think we can make a cut. We climbed up to 20. We will start our Ascension 20 sample size or continue it tomorrow. So maybe I still have half an hour. So maybe let's just talk very quickly about cards. Instead of just grinding like a monkey, we can really, I mean, playing is basically only putting into action what we already know. So maybe taking a short look at the Ironclad and what he does and why and what is to be considered. Yeah, for those who are interested, of course. Yeah? But I think that brings so much more to the table than just playing clueless. Maybe even rushing through without having a clue, you know. Okay. I mean, I don't talk about everything. I mean, I don't talk about bash and... You know. Anger is insane. Like, okay, maybe we talk about the Neo's choice first. So Neo's choice... I mean, usually I am reluctant to boss swap with the Ironclad. I think the Burning Blood is really potent in our hands because we really utilize our life to absolute max extent, and maybe it's even an art to play on 3 energy. Maybe we are better playing on 3 energy and others, because if you have 4 energy you just play your hand, but if you have 3 energy you also have to take care that you pick stuff like anger. You know what I'm saying, right? I mean boss relic swap also means you have to play the boss relic to a very nice extent. But generally speaking, I would refrain from boss relic swap. Unless we really only receive complete garbage options. But I wonder how bad the options really have to be in order for us to make the boss relic swap. I would probably say the boss relic swap is worth around 100 gold for the Ironclad. And so I would even pick gain 99 gold because of shopping option. I would definitely pick gain 99 gold over the boss relic swap. So there must be 3 really shitty or crappy options in order for us to boss relic swap. So most card except Clash can be considered. Yeah, I would certainly take an Anger. I would certainly take an Armament before, like specifically before Fire. Body Slam I have not gotten my head around. But I think we probably would even pick a Body Slam if there is nothing else in the pack. Yeah, if there is complete nothing else, we probably take that. Cleave, if there is nothing else, we take this. If there is nothing else, we take Clothesline. Flex, I do not know. I think currently I'm of the opinion that I would not pick a Flex. Even if there are only garbage Flex. I would probably still not pick the Flex. But I don't know. I mean, Flex is very similar to Anger, but the problem is it's not, because I think Anger is so much better against Lagavulin, so much better against Nob. So I think currently I would not pick Flex. I would probably also not pick a Havoc, even if it's being offered with 2 bad cards. Headbutt, sure, if there's nothing else in the pack. I'm not a fan of Headbutt, but if there's nothing else. Heavy Blade. I don't know about Heavy Blade. I'm not even sure whether I would pick Heavy Blade, honestly. probably not. Iron Wave I would pick. I mean, it's not a good card, but I would pick before I pick nothing. Perfected Strike I definitely pick before I pick nothing. Pommel Strike is certain. Shrug It Off I also pick before I pick nothing. It's not that tremendously good because it sucks so much against the Knob. And it also is not pushing like speed, but you know. It's good against the sentries though. Sword Boomerang I would pick before I pick nothing. Thunderclap the same. But there are some cards which are obviously outstanding. Anger is one of those. Clothesline is also on the better side of things. Pommel Strike, of course. Not even sure about Perfect Strike, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, Twin Strike, obviously. Oh, okay, we are still not at an end. I thought it's already ending here. Trigger, I would not pick. Twin Strike, I would pick. Warcry, I would not pick. Wild Strike, I would probably not pick, but maybe that's a mistake. I don't know. I mean, if I have blank Wild Strike, I would probably not take Wild Strike because I think Wild Strike sucks. But maybe that's a mistake. Yeah, maybe that's a mistake. We would need to take it from situation to situation. Maybe where it becomes more interesting are the uncommon cards. Because they really, you know, like if you take a look at the uncommon cards, let's count them, right? So there are 4, 9, 14, 19, 24, 26, 7, 18, 90, like 29, 32, 34, 36 uncommon cards. And if you fight a monster, you receive in average 1 uncommon card. So you will see each of these uncommon cards at 3% after a monster fight. And if you fight 3 monsters, you will see every uncommon card 10%. So while every common card you see 30% of the time, right? So with common cards, it's much cleaner to say. What Wild Strike Plus is a nice upgrade. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But it also shuffles your wound, which really sucks. But yeah, so I would definitely take Wild Strike if I'm standing in front of an elite and we only received garbage. But you know, there are really few exceptions where I would pick Wild Strike currently. But what I'm saying is uncommons happen much less often. So I think one of the very high abilities to manage the Ironclad is to know exactly what the uncommons cards are doing. Yeah, because the common cards you're facing often enough, but they are not really impacted. Like, it's not rocket science, you know. Common cards are really straightforward, usually. Where, I mean, people mispick, right? I mean, we talked about this anger and how anger is being picked very rarely and stuff like this, but you know. Uncommon cards. For example, maybe I just talk about the things where I think which are not appreciated enough. So I believe, for example, that Blood for Blood is not appreciated enough. I saw the pick rates, and the pick rates are abysmal. Yeah, nobody picks Blood for Blood, or nearly nobody. I believe Blood for Blood is actually quite potent. If you have Blood for Blood, I mean, yeah, like usually I would pick Blood for Blood. Specifically before a Campfire. I think Blood for Blood is a good card, honestly. So, yeah, I think hugely underrated. Hugely. It's not insane or something, but you know, it's just better than... Bloodletting, I have no clue. I have no clue when you pick the freaking Bloodletting. I mean, in theory, I could make up like a scenario. I mean, we picked it the other day, upgraded and with some other conditions being met. But, you know, I mean... okay. I mean, I don't need to talk about Carnage and how Carnage is the ultimate super card. And the upgrade is insane. So, I mean, that's obvious, yeah. Combust, I think, underrated. I would pick Combust every day if I face the Slime Boss. I would pick it every day. Like, Slime Boss is a huge reason to take Combust. Combust is really potent against sentries and is really good against the Slime Boss. Dark Embrace. Yeah, I don't know. Dark Embrace is good against the sentries. And, well, that's pretty much it. I would not pick a Dark Embrace. Disarm, I don't regard this so highly. I would even skip it. I would not even pick it, even if there's garbage disarm. I would probably skip disarm. Because it's so bad against the knob, it sucks against the others as well. Maybe an exception would be Hexaghost, right? I mean, if Hexaghost is a boss, if Hexaghost is a boss, I would probably pick disarm. Dropkick is cool, yeah. Dual wield, I don't know this dual wield. I think this card is so unplayable. I hate it so much. I think I pretty much never pick dual wield. I think it's so bad. I know Dean player, like I know that you can, you know, but I don't like it. Entrench obviously is not pickable early, that goes without saying. The idea also behind Entrench is that you first pick Barricade and then you pick Entrench. You can probably pick up an Entrench if you receive it upgraded in Act 2 or whatever, but you know. Evolve I would probably pick if the... Yeah, I mean... Evolve is alright, yeah. Can pick Evolve. If not, like, against Guardian you don't pick it. But against Slime Boss and Hexaghost, that's an alright card. Feel No Pain, I think I value that card lower than others. But obviously this trivializes the Sentry fight, so you probably pick it anyways. Fire Breathing, we talked about this card a lot. Fire Breathing is like hugely underrated, I feel. Specifically if you have a curse in your deck. I would always pick that if you face the Slime Boss and the Hexaghost, like always, like instant pick. It's so good if you face Slime Boss or a Hexaghost. It completely trivializes the Slime fight and the Hexaghost fight. It's so insanely good. What with like a dropkick deck or some body slam dual wield could work? Yeah, I don't even think it works then, that's my point. Flame Barrier is alright because it's just a good card. Also, it's insanely potent against the birds in Act 2, so really love that one. What? Fire Breathing also good in Act 2, that is true, yeah. While you will also take a lot of damage if you if you put your faith into Fire Breathing in Act 2. Yeah, Flame Barrier is really potent against the birds. Ghostly Armor? I don't know. I don't like the card as much as others. Hemokinesis is interesting, because I think if it's Hemokinesis and only garbage, I think we take this and upgrade it into 18 damage, lose 2. If you compare this, yeah, the Hemokinesis, I mean, for those who think Wild Strike is alright and Hemokinesis sucks, Wild Strike is 17 damage and shuffles your wound. And obviously this is more damage, and the wound is more damaging you than losing 2 HP. And losing 2 HP also has some other synergetic benefits sometimes. What I'm simply telling you is Hemokinesis is just straight up better in any kind of way than Wild Strike is. Does that mean we always pick it? Not necessarily, but it's definitely pickable. Yeah, it's definitely pickable. Which might be interesting for some, I don't know. Yeah. Because might look worse than it is. I definitely would like to go ahead and pick that if I don't have other options. Like always. Always pick this before I pick nothing. Infernal Blade, I have no clue when you pick this. I think I've never picked it. Random is not good. I guess if you are in Act 2 and you have garbage and you can get this upgraded, maybe. But you know, Inflame is alright. But I mean, that's obvious. People are absolutely picking Inflame. Everybody. I would nearly say it's overrated because it's not as strong to be picked always, you know. But people love that card. Intimidate is alright. Metallicize is quite alright because it's very good against the sentries. It's very good against the Guardian as well. It's really bad against the Slime Boss. So against the Slime Boss, probably never take this. White Strike is better in the turn you play it, but even then, I don't know. Yeah, Power Through we saw. I mean, Power Through is a really potent block card, yeah? And if you have Power Through, you can always buy Medikit once you find it. which makes this like insanely good. But also in general, I mean, you don't need to wait until you draw the wounds, and otherwise it's 1 energy 15 block. I personally like power through a lot. Yeah. Not at the beginning of Act 1. I don't like power through at the beginning of Act 1 whatever, but later, you know, later it becomes really potent. Yeah, Pummel, I don't know what this is. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Probably picking it before you pick nothing, but hey, like I would be really sad. Rage, yeah, not before you cannot face the knob. Yeah, I mean, as long as knob is a possibility, rage sucks, right? Rampage is also a bad. I mean, if you think like for the Watcher, the pressure points are bad, Rampage is even worse. Probably, I pick it before I pick nothing, but yeah. Regular shots I would probably pick before I pick nothing, but would be really sad about doing so. Yeah. Searing Blow is unplayable. Please don't pick this card. Hey, man, oh man. This card is so bad. It soaks up all your rest size. So bad. Yeah. Yeah, powers through second wind, powers through something, powers through fire breathing. I would definitely like to pick power through every time when we have already fire breathing. Then power through suddenly becomes really good, you know, like really good. Isn't Pummel the best attack for strength? Yeah, but the problem is, what do you do with it? Do you play it once you draw it, then it exhausts and you didn't deal the extra damage. Or you wait with it, then you drew a curse, and then in the second draw through, then it will deal 1 time the extra damage. Just compare this with Sword Boomerang, please. I mean, in my opinion, Sword Boomerang is just better than Pummel, you know? Or Pummel or whatever. Pummel with the boot. Yeah, okay. Pummel with the boot. Yeah, that's true. Second wind, I have not exactly. I think people think it's better than it is. I don't know. I mean, me personally, I couldn't. I mean, sometimes I do pick that card, but it's been a while that I thought, hey, wow, I drew second wind finally. Like, I mean, it depletes your hand, you know, and you. I don't know, maybe in a status deck. But status decks are kind of rather on the weaker side. So there are cases where I would take it, but it's... I cannot, yeah, really get my mind around it. Yeah, with the Dead Branch, sure, but generally speaking. Yeah. What? 3Dope says, I think people think it's better than it is because Blur absolutely loved this card. Yeah, but... I mean, Blur also plays down the Ironclad with like around 25% or something. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, better. Yeah, I mean, or had. I think Blur. Did he quit Slay the Spire? Was I being too mean? I don't know. I hope not. I hope that's not the reason. I mean, you know, but but maybe probably yeah. I guess. Did he say whether like does he still play? Or did he quit for good? No, I didn't mop him out, guy. I mean, come on, please. No, on a serious note. I mean, Blur always boasted around. And also saying a lot of not... like, things which were just not true. Like, just making up things on the fly. And then just corrected those things. I mean... yeah, but yeah, whatever. Okay, he's playing a lot of LoL now. Yeah, that's good. What? 25% win rate boasting? No! Like he was boasting. That's exactly the point. Like he had a win rate of 25%, and then he boasted that it's so easy to like he will streak. Like always this win streak nonsense. Like he high rolled one time this 10 wins, and then afterwards like it never happened. You know, right? It's no, he just made up stuff like, hey, okay, I can just streak 20 games in a row with a Watcher. Very easy. Like, kind of in a way also downplaying others' achievements. Like, in a way, whatever. Yeah, we received 94% win rate with the Watcher, but he will also do that if he just would play a little bit more. Or if he would just focus a little bit more, 94% is not a problem. While running around with a 50% win rate on the Watcher, you know. Stuff like this. So, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So, and I think at the end he actually, like, one of his viewers created a program for him which could actually track his win rate. And before he was just making up stuff. He was saying, like, whatever. He had, like, 50% with Ironclad, like 60 with the Silent, 60 with the Robot, 80 with the Watcher, whatever. Just making up stuff, you know. And then he got this tool and he installed it and he actually tracked his win rate and whatever, like really low. And maybe that was the point where he realized, ooh, maybe, yeah, you know. But I have no clue. I don't know. Let's continue with the cards. Second wind, yeah, we talked about this. Searing Red, I don't know. Maybe upgrade it. If you can pick it, upgrade it. And we are in a situation which we just had, like in the last run, where we were energy short. That might be a thing. If you already have Corruption, that might be a thing. It also exhausts, so if you already have enough of exhaust mechanics. In Act 1, obviously not that nicely. What? How am I doing with my withdrawal? Are you better and more clear? Yeah, absolutely, every day. I mean, sometimes, I explained it the other day, that you have the emitters, like their endorphin and dopamine emissions. Like, I quit smoking, not smoking, but I quit vaping for good. Smoking I already quit, like 1 decade ago or even longer. But went to vaping sometime, whatever, it's a long story. But you have this nicotine, you have this endorphin and dopamine emitters, which are basically crippled by nicotine over time. Like if you have a lot of nicotine exposure, specifically in the youth, and I already started like smoking when I was like 13 or 14, but I think 13. Yeah, basically they are a little bit crippled, so it takes like a year or something until they are like at a roughly normal status again. So I will be probably, let's say, 20% unhappier than I could be in a year, which is alright if you have that consciously in mind, because many people might now have like the feeling that they stop with smoking, but they realize, hey, I'm actually feeling worse than before, than when I was actually smoking, so maybe I should just smoke again. And that's obviously a flawed thinking, because they don't know about this. They think they are like over the mountain. They think they already managed to do that stuff, like the quitting thing, and now that is the normal state of art, of things, but it's not. Yeah, you need to have at least stopped smoking for at least a year until you reach normal levels of endorphins. Okay. And I think it's very important to know, you know. What? Blurted streaking over win rate so he could take it easy. Yeah, sure, but he did not even succeed in that. I mean, should I remember you onto this, hey, I'm streaking now, and now, I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, once he realized, okay, the win rates are really bad, he saw, okay, streaking is the thing. Yeah, what a surprise, because the only thing he did once was like this one streak, you know? And so now he said, okay, the new thing is streaking with every character, right? So he tried to make like the world record on win streaks for every character for like months, like for an eternity. And he did just not achieve that. Like he said, okay, we probably need 1 month for the silent world record. And like nothing at all happened whatsoever. Yeah. And at some point, I mean, maybe that was also a little bit humiliating because we went for win rate and we actually win streaked like every character to the world record. Yeah, as a byproduct, you know. And I mean, maybe that was also a little, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I just, I mean, yeah, I mean, this argument, yeah, I like streaking over win rate, you know, yeah, I mean, whatever. Yeah. Okay. I don't think we need to continue talking about this. But this is exactly these are very exactly those things which you're telling me, right? I mean, just like blah 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 blah, you know, blah blah blah. Sentinel. Yeah, Sentinel is not a pick until you saw corruption. Once you saw corruption, it's pretty potent. Even if you do not have corruption and other exhaust mechanics, I still don't think you should pick Sentinel. Because if you need to utilize one exhaust on Sentinel, you only receive 2 energy back. Yeah? And that is like not even good. Because you exhaust a dead card. You don't even receive the block, you know? You only receive this energy. And you also wasted an exhaust for that. So I don't like Sentinel. Unless you have corruption. You still think vaping is better than smoking? For sure. I think there is no room for discussion whether vaping or smoking is more harmful. I mean, obviously, obviously smoking is like harmful in a magnitude of X. And now I think the only thing we can there is a room to be argued is what this factor X is. Some claim it's like 20 times more damaging, like smoking over vaping. Some say it's like whatever, 5 to 10 times more damaging. But I think there's like no, for me it was rather about the addiction aspect, yeah, that I do not want to be addicted in general, not even a health issue. For me it was really, hey, I do not want to be forced to go smoking every hour or every 2 hours. And I don't want to be here and think about smoking after an hour. And I don't want to be anywhere and feeling nervous because I couldn't get my hit or whatever you call that, you know. So, and it's so not me, you know. It's yeah, just doing things you don't want to do is just also absolutely not me. Ja, okay. Oh ja, so zu mir im Runter. Ja, ja, genau. Oh, and the other one is also the numbing aspect, right? So, oh yeah, sorry, das war hau rein. So the numbing effect is, in my opinion, that you feel you are unsatisfied with something in your life, and what you do is you smoke. I don't know, and well, in kind of a way, numbing what you should do. You know, like if your life is if something is like if you have the feeling that something is not right in your life, yeah, you can numb that with drugs, whether that's smoking, nicotine, alcohol, whatever, even harder drugs. Even like a lot of people take medicaments, yeah, medics, yeah, meds, yeah, or numbing themselves with other stuff. Or you get your crap together. Don't take things which just wreck your body and your mind, and think about why you actually have the feeling that something is wrong in your life, why you have the feeling that something is missing, and what that could be, right? So, yeah, medication, yeah, right. Yeah. FS Rooster says, when I stopped smoking and started vaping, my intentions were good, but I'm pretty sure the nicotine intake doubled. because it's so accessible. Yes. Yeah, it's true. If you are talking about addiction, I wouldn't be certain whether vaping is not more addictive than smoking, maybe. Because, yeah, basically what you said. You can do it everywhere, at home, you always have it available. Even with the hitting, I don't even, like with the nicotine hits, I don't even know whether that's not, I think it goes faster into your brain, maybe not, but I also had the feeling it's more addictive, yeah. Tabula Data says addiction is so against how I normally look at rationality. Exactly, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. It's true. What Jackson says, I mean, some people genuinely need medication. Obviously, some people need genuinely medication, but then there are also a lot of people who don't need necessary medication and take that. I'm not talking about, let's say you have diabetes and you have to take medication against that. I mean, that's obvious. That's a good thing. I'm talking about people who are abusing medication. Sure. Okay, Quesmat says, but what if you are happy? I'm always happy. I mean, that's a good thing if you're always happy. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're always happy, I would also question. If you're happy, it's fine, right? I mean, nothing to say about that, yeah? Good for you. Good for you. Okay. Fine. I have no clue, like, you see me talking about real life because I have no clue how to evaluate this card. I really don't know. How is this? You pick it probably if you have no other things to be picked? Like, if there's garbage, and Sura Soul, you probably pick that? What is the upgrade? +6, right? Is that probably how it works? Probably. And also good against the Hexa Ghost, yeah? Non-attack cards. Yeah, you can play your blocks, then you play Sura Soul. Sure. Against the Hexa Ghost, this is probably cool. Against Slime Boss, this is also cool, right? Against Guardian, this has to suck. So probably if you... There are so many cards which suck against the Guardian, which are just good against like Hexa Ghost and Slime Boss. Yeah, basically all cards which include status effects, and there are multiple ones for the Ironclad. Yeah, just all the cards which interact directly with status effects like Fire Breathing. It's just so insanely good against those opponents. Yeah. If you're always happy, try watching Fox News, it will bring you down. Yeah, okay, I see. I see. Shockwave, I have no clue. I mean, it's probably a pick I would pick like if there is nothing else available. Because it's not good against the Knob. Against the Knob, this can really wreck you. It's really potent against Lagavulin. But even against the cubes, the weakness it's wearing off. So it's not even that good, but probably because before you have an empty pick. I think this is something many people do not get, that they that maybe some people say, okay, there are tier lists and they just follow the tier lists. But effectively, I mean, first of all, tier lists are pretty much nonsense because Slay the Spire is such a beautiful game in terms of how different the payouts of cards are depending exactly on which situation, what game state, and what state your deck is at. Yeah, because the cards are mostly balanced, which basically means every card will, nearly every card will shine in specific situations. So having tier lists for nearly like a lot of balanced cards is, I wouldn't say complete nonsense, but probably yes. I mean, what should a tier list ever tell you? Seriously. I mean, unless it's always a pick. I mean, that's... But the cards here are not... Like, which card is always a pick, please? Of the commons, I mean. And of the uncommons as well. I don't see... I mean, that already shows it, you know? Like, no card is strong enough that you would pick it like always. Like from the uncommon and common slot. Even from the rare slot. Even there, it's not like always a pick. Like maybe, I mean, Obviously, you could say feed at the beginning of the game is always a pick, or offering you can never do much wrong by picking offering. But you know, if you take a look at uncomes and comes, so when does it really matter? Like when do the tier lists really matter at whatever? I guess if you have different viable cards, and then, but even then, you know, even then it's still very situative. No, it does not really make sense. And there's also this thing, if you get offered only garbage and any of these cards, you would probably most likely always pick that card, right? So, I mean, tier lists which tell you, okay, these cards are completely unpickable. I mean, of course, there are some cards which I would recommend to never pick, like a Searing Blow, for example. But there are very little. Like, there's many cards which I would think they are not good, but I would pick them anyways if they are the only card being offered, yeah. Okay. What, disarm? No, I just explained that I would not pick up disarm, usually. I even think disarm is not even that good. Unless you face Hexagons, I would never pick disarm in Act 1. At the end of Act 1, maybe. But not start, middle of Act 1. Okay. Kodomokoro says, I have never seen fire breathing used extensively. Yeah, we pick it every time, right? I mean, so... I mean, every time if there is nothing else, again. Davai says, there are very few absolutes in Slay the Spire, which for sure adds to its enjoyment. Absolutely. Yeah, can only relate. Disarm is decent against Guardian. Against Guardian as well, you say? Yeah, it's true. So probably, definitely not if you face Slime. Against Hexagons and Guardian is viable. But I would still not pick it at the beginning of Act 1, because I think it's so bad in the Elite fights, right? Like, the Disarm is really a bad card in all Elite fights, honestly. Jackson says, I'm having trouble with Whirlwind choices lately. I don't know when to pick it. On Ascension 20, you always pick it. This brings down the birds. Like, the Whirlwind trivializes the bird fight. If you find the Force Energy. Otherwise, you're a sad face. But even then, like, you would be able to play Anger into Whirlwind, at least bringing one down. Whirlwind is very good AoE. Whirlwind synergizes with so many things if you're skillful. Like, what I'm saying is you can Panip it, you can Akabeko it, you can, you know, right? I mean, it's like Whirlwind, you can Havoc it if you put it on the top of your deck. Yeah, about the rare cards, I don't know, like Barricade. I mean, I think now we can also talk a little bit about the rare cards, just in terms of game plan, right? So, just in terms of game plan. Yeah, Barricade, I'm telling you, Barricade. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like, this is, yeah, like, you know, it's like really good. Block is not removed is so nice because you play it, you face tank, and then you try to entrench. But even without the entrench, overblocking is really a thing. Like with the Ironclad, you overblock so often. You overblock if, well, if you find an Impervious and upgrade it, then you will always overblock. If you find an entrench and you will want to block a lot and then you entrench. If you find a corruption and you want to always play your skills. And so on and so on. So I think overblocking with the Ironclad is really a thing. Like, for example, you have a lot of stuff and then you do this and stuff. You know, there are, let's say your opponent does not attack and you have energy left for skills. And I think it's underestimated how often that happens. Also, other things. You play against Nemesis and you have your off turn every second turn. Yeah, you would like to play a lot. You know what I'm saying, right? I mean, if you overblock in this turn, usually bad for you, but with Barricade, problem solved. No. Berserk. I still try to make Berserk work. What would need to happen in order that like Berserk is good? I think it already got buffed, right? But still bad. Yeah, I mean, if it comes upgraded, obviously that's a different story. Like an upgraded Berserk is obviously quite nice. Artifact. Initial artifact or what? No. Probably. No, I'm just wondering, like, when we actually pick it. I think it's definitely pickable, but I mean, usually for a 0 energy card, I mean, a card which gives you 1 energy per turn, that's usually probably 2 energy and a card. And Berserk is 2 energy cheaper, but for each energy it's cheaper, it actually also gives you 1 vulnerable. And that's usually a bad deal. Yeah. A real energy need if you're desperate, probably maybe if you have the pyramid, so you can play it into a turn where they do not attack you. Yeah, basically the Val is saying it. Berserk is okay with a pyramid. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Berserk in Act 1 when near a campfire. Yeah, I don't even think the upgrade matters so much, honestly. The upgrade is just 1 energy or 1 vulnerable, whatever, you know. So, yeah, Bludgeon is, I think, just not that great. I mean, picking it, like, I don't... This sucks. This card sucks, yeah. I mean, Brutality, I don't know. I mean, it's okay. You pick it probably before you pick nothing. But yeah, Corruption is... I heard Corruption is pretty good. Demon Form is also completely overrated, I think. I think people do not understand how sad is this if you skip a turn. Skipping a turn is like... It's in normal fights, it's like against normal enemies, it's completely horrendously bad. And even against bosses is fine, right? I mean, that's okay. Yeah, against bosses, I mean, skipping a turn against bosses is also not a walk in the ballpark, just saying, yeah. But once it's online, and once, you know, the ape is on the tree, and once the cat is, yeah, you know, okay. So, but I think hugely overrated. People think Demon Form is like the incarnation of insanity, which is not. I heard stuff like infinite scaling. At the same time, I would pick it if I become, like, if we get Demon Form at the beginning of Act 1, I would just pick it. Because it wins you against Lagavulin. It completely trivializes Lagavulin fight. Yeah. That's pretty much it, but it also trivializes the elite, the boss fights in Act 1. So I would pick it, for sure. Yeah. But I'm saying, if you have the choice of 3 cards, like 3 rares, at the boss, and one of them is Demon Form, you know, maybe better pick the others. Double tap is also weird, right? I mean, when do you really want double tap? Exhume is also like overrated. People are picking this card. I think it's like a very situational card, and it's also so like you need to meet certain conditions, then also costs energy. I mean, you know. Feed, I heard, is pretty cool. No disadvantage and raising your max HP. Feed Fire is probably underrated. I think it's much more potent than people might think. You can use it to exhaust cards. You can use it to exhaust curses or wounds. You can play that with the remaining energy with the remaining cards. If you have Battle Cry, it's really good. If you have Strength buff, it's really good. It scales with Strength. You can wait with it for a Panip, then it's also insanely good because it's a singular card for a lot of damage. Yeah, it's really good with the back of preparation. It's really good. It might not be, I mean, if you read it, you're thinking, oh, maybe I need to set up too much things. Honestly, the Fiendfire is always at least normal strength. And sometimes it's just insanely good. What? Panip doesn't work with Fiendfire. Yes, it does. Okay. So Immolate is, yeah, I mean, before Act 2 is really good, after Act 2 is not really good. Why? Because Immolate is AoE, and exactly the Immolate, exactly the AoE, exactly the amount of AoE you want against Act 2 elites. Yeah. So Immolate is an Act 2 elite farm card. Not saying that once you have it, you win against the elites, but just saying it's good there. It's also good against the Raptor Mantle. So Immolate is just a good card. Impervious, do I need to talk about this? It's just a very good card. If you have upgrade, it's like insanely good. If you have a barricade or something. Otherwise, it blocks you in for 2 energy. Basically gives you invulnerable for 1 turn. Juggernaut? I don't know. Is that card not simply bad, like most of the times? I mean, by the time where this becomes good, or by the time that this would actually deal reasonable amount of damage, it already basically wear off, right? I mean, if you pay 2 energy, you would probably like to see 40 damage. Because it's delayed damage. And once this would actually deal 40 damage, your opponents already have like 250 damage. I don't know. Yeah, Limit Break, I think it's hugely overrated. I think people do not understand the cost of Limit Break. That it's like a curse for them at the... I think Limit Break is very good once you have initial strengths. Without playing cards. Like once you have something like a Gyria, and you Gyria 3 times. Limit Break is insanely good. Yeah. Or if you have at least a Vira or something. But if you do not have those things, like if you have to first play stuff in your deck, like for example Demon Form. Demon Form and Limit Break is complete garbage. Yeah, because you draw your curse 2 times, then you set up Demon Form, then you have too much strength anyways, and you don't need Limit Break any longer. Yeah. Even with the power which gives you strength. If you draw Limit Break first, you draw a curse. Right? Offering is of course just solid. It's really good, yeah. And Reaper is also good. Maybe not as good as people might think. Like, Reaper becomes insanely potent once you have a lot of max HP. And then you also scale strength. And then you can play it to reap your opponents. But before that, it actually is quite weak, because 2 energy for what it does is actually quite bad. Yeah. Right, so we went through all the Ironclad cards. And that's actually what I just described is how we play the game. Yeah, like there are no surprises. Yeah, that's what we do with the Ironclad in the next 40 games. And then we see what the percentage is. And I hope it will be over 50, because 50 is, yeah, that's like kind of what we are targeting. 50% over 50 games. How beautiful. Okay. So, guys, see you tomorrow. Thanks very much for watching. Or do you have any questions about the Ironclad? If you have any questions about the Ironclad, we can talk about that now. Relics. Relics. Right? Want to? I don't know. Just very quick. This is busted for Ironclad. It's really, really, really good. Oh yeah, and this would be also for Limit Break, right? I mean, this with Limit Break would be also good. It's so good here. Which is a common relic, you know? Like the other common relics is, I mean, Damaru is like much, much, much worse than this is. So yeah. It's a really good common relic. So common relics are better for the Ironclad, because it can always be Red Skull. And it's 36 relics, like 33 Ironclad relics. No. Red Skull is one of them. Maybe quick look at the rare relics. So Ironclad Sharon Ashes, sure. But it deals damage, it does not give you block. Which would be better if you would receive block, obviously. And you have this Champion's Belt. We played with the Champion Belt in the last run. It's really good, yeah. Because you only need to... Like, if you inflict vulnerable, you already have Bash. So you will have a deficit in weak infliction in comparison to vulnerability infliction. And the good cards are inflicting both. Like, Uppercut is inflicting both. So Champion Belt is really nice there. Self-forming Clay. Yeah, we have Self-forming Clay. Never mind, never mind. There are some... Where is it? Not Self-forming Clay. Is it Huh? What? Yeah, here, Ankam. Yeah. That's really good, yeah. Against the heart specifically, because he hits you a lot. Here's even a magic flower. Does the Ironclad have more rare relics than the others? Do the others... Oh no, they also have 3, right? Okay. But the magic flower is also very cool, of course. One more reason to keep the burning blood. Because if you find the magic flower and you do not have burning blood... by the way, also one of the cards which make, of course, the Reaper much better. Magic flower Reaper is really good. Boss relic swap, yeah, I mean, talking also about boss relic swap. I think one big advantage of boss relic swapping is that you cannot become offered the black blood, which really is bad, obviously. But, okay, I would like to do that very quickly. I get myself another tea, but I would really like to go through the boss relics very quickly in order to evaluate the boss relic swap. Because, just to see what relics actually suck or are. Okay, so Astrolabe, Blackstar. Yeah, the thing is, Blackstar on Ironclad, if you lost your starting relic, suddenly maybe that's okay. I mean, Ironclad is not so bad farming, at least. I think the Busted Crown, for example, is really devastating for the Ironclad. I think if you would receive a Busted Crown, I mean, that would be worse than on the Watcher. Why? Because the Warrior lives from synergies, and the Watcher does not. Oh yeah, I would like to compare it in comparison to the Watcher, yeah? Because with the Watcher, it's obviously always boss swap. So I would like to have a comparison to the Watcher. So, I think, generally, like, again, like Astrolabe, I think Watcher cards in general are in average less bad than Ironclads are. So obviously this is a little bit worse. Blackstar is also a little bit worse than on the Watcher, because Watcher completely smashes elites in Act 1 and Ironclad sometimes does not, right? And Busted Crown, I think, is really bad for the Ironclad. Coffee Dripper is also better on the Watcher than on the Ironclad, because on the Watcher you gain less life back and you also are less often inclined to rest. Because if you lose the burning blood for the Warrior, because you picked Coffee Dripper, sometimes you are short on life. Empty Cage probably also worse for the Warrior than for the Watcher, but Empty Cage sucks anyways. Fusion Hammer is not that big of a problem for the Warrior. Mark of Pain I do not know, it's probably okay. Pandora's Box is also weird, because again the Warrior cards are kind of weird if you receive random ones. Which you didn't pick exactly for your deck. Runic Cube is probably horrible if you receive it at the beginning. Like, what is the Watcher relic? That would be this, Violet Lotus. I mean, Violet Lotus is also not that potent, but they're definitely better than a Runic Cube. Whenever you lose HP, draw one card. Huh. Runic Dome, Pyramid. Pyramid also on 3 energy for the Warrior. Much worse than on the Watcher. Much worse. Sacred Bark is also to be bad. I don't know. Okay, Velvet Choker is better than on the Watcher. But it also hits... I also have the feeling that the boss relics in average are just worse for the Ironclad. Don't you have the feeling? Like, when we make the boss relics with the Watcher, we can say most of these relics are just good for us. Like, very good. So, it's very good or good. And sometimes it's bad. But, like, only one time it's bad. And for the Ironclad, we really have some relics we really do not want to see. And the upside is also much, much lower. Because the upside for the Ironclad for the Force Energy is also much, much lower than the upside for the Watcher. So, what's my point? Yeah. And the starting relic is also so much better than the Watcher starting relic, so... maybe it's correct to never boss swap, I don't know. Maybe it's correct to never boss swap. Arctis says Neko is probably better on Ironclad. I don't even know. Not really, because the Watcher has like two energy cards, and the Ironclad only one. I know what you're saying, that there are more expensive Ironclad cards than expensive Watcher cards, but also Watcher requires the energy more, so I wouldn't even know about that. Yeah, so what I'm saying is Neko Eye is just good on both characters. Snacker Swap is insane, yeah. What? Yeah. Okay. So, I do not think that we should change our plan regarding the boss swap prioritization. I think basically nearly ignoring the boss swap is correct on the Ironclad. If I see it this way. Maybe we will at some point find a situation where we really say, okay, all the Neo options are completely worthless. And then, and only then, I would consider a boss relic swap. What? I was thinking the additional draw is also playing better on Ironclad than on Watcher. No, I wouldn't say so. Not necessarily. Curse Key seems pretty sweet on Ironclad. Why? Why is it better than on the Watcher? I think the extra energy is better on the Watcher, because the Watcher can suddenly do like eruption things and can play one strike in brass form more. And Ironclad can play one strike more. Sometimes invulnerability, sometimes not invulnerability. Whereas the Watcher can like also swap back and forth because of the extra energy. That like so many things. So that's that. Maybe we can talk about the Serpent. Yeah, the Serpent on the Watcher is unbearable to take the Serpent. As you can see, I never take the Serpent. How is the Serpent for the Ironclad? Probably also not. Yeah, probably also not. So... Oh, yeah. Oh, shop relics. Oh, yeah, that's important. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. 20 minus 2. Alright, so 18. So how is that important? Minus 3, 17. So how is that important? Yeah, because I think 1 is insane. Like 6% of the times we might find Brimstone. And Brimstone is so good. Like, Brimstone is probably worth like 800 gold or something. And you can buy it for 160. And you have, whenever you visit the shop, you have a 6% chance to find Brimstone. And if you didn't find Brimstone, it goes up to 7, 8, and 9%. So that alone is probably reason enough to visit a shop. If you already have Whirlwind in your deck, you would also always like to buy Chemical X, because Chemical X with a Whirlwind is really potent, really powerful. Now, obviously, Clockwork Souvenir is good like always. Like, the shop relics are just generally very strong. Frozen Eye is good for us, if you see what we draw. It's okay. Baffle is sometimes insanely powerful as well. Medikit is specifically strong on the Ironclad, because if you have Medikit, you can actually pick Breakthrough, or like this card which blocks you in for free. And also in general, the warrior has a lot of cards which creates wounds, and then with the medical kit you can get rid of those. So that's playing stronger for the Ironclad. Shopping cart is obviously insane because it doubles your gold effectively. Pellets are good like always. Orichalcum is always good, right? I guess Strangeman is also better on the Ironclad, because if you find any kind of corruption, suddenly the spoon is really powerful. So what's my point? Well, they are just like the shopping relics for the Ironclad are amazing, and to understand that, I think it's like huge, because they are like, let's say 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4. Let's make that 4. Like with this in Chemical X, let's make it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like there are situations where in half of the cases the shopping relic is amazing. So probably a rule of thumb: if you can go to a shop with 170 gold with the Ironclad, do it. And that is probably also the reason why gain 100 gold or 99 gold is always better than boss relic swap. Because you can gain the 99 gold and you can go to the shop and you get one of these amazing relics in half of the cases. And that's amazing. So you would also always take the gold over boss relic swap. Which really means that you, yeah, I mean, there are nearly no situations where you would find some option which is worse than boss relic swap. Good. See you tomorrow, guys. I host you over to somebody. If you don't have more questions. Otherwise, you can do these questions tomorrow. Merle is streaming. I host you over to Merle. Merlin, the wizard. So, are you watch or what's up? No, they were up, but after 3 months they disappear. So if you didn't check them, but I talked a lot about the gameplay, so people know. What I'm saying is, yeah, I mean maybe at some point I could talk about that, like, watch a gameplay again. But for now, see you tomorrow for Ironclad action.